restoring the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. That's number one. Number two, dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. Three, defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. And four, secure our God-given individual rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty.
Oh, yeah, we are back and we are live. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your co-host, FW Mike, and to my right-hand side, the man with the plan. Give it up for your friend and my friend, the living legend himself, DJ Protocol.
DJ Protocol.
Yeah, that's
Woo!
me. Yeah, that's 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 me. That was my song right there. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Heck yeah. How you feeling? No, I lost you. I lost your mic there, brother. Give me a check on your mic. Yeah, no volume on your mic. The man, the myth, the legend. All right. We are working on some audio here. Let's see here. I got you cranked up. No pro. I'm with you, Fuego. We're working on it right now. You want to pop out and come back in? No, see, I see you on mute now. We're working on it. This is not a normal thing. We are working on it. See, unmute mic. Can't unmute because the guest muted. No audio with you there. All right. I don't know. I'm hearing like your computer sounds and stuff like that. So your computer has audio. It's just your mic we're not getting, brother. So, yeah. Can't hear you at all. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Your video's great. And then we can hear your computer sounds when you're messing with your stuff. We're just not getting any audio out of the mic. You want to drop out and hit the link and come back in, see if it resets it? Yeah, there we go. Hey, everybody, we are super excited to be here tonight. We've got a lot to cover. Chase Hughes dropped some amazing science and knowledge. If you don't know who he is, I highly recommend you Google him and check him out. We are ecstatic. Shout out Fuego in the building. Shout out Haram Life in the building. Shout out Fuego and Amy K. Hall in the building. Yeah, man, we are excited about a great night. We're going to do some awesome stuff. There he is, and let's see. There you are.
Literally just talking right before we pressed the go live button. So I don't know. But anyway.
And now you're back.
Let me make sure you guys got that, and then you. All right, that's what you missed. What's up, y'all? I don't know what the hell just happened. But that's just the way of technology, I guess. All right. And the screen's back there, and we're good. Shouts out to Haram, man. Fuego in the building. What's up, Miss Hall? What's up, people? So I gotta give y'all all y'all. All right, y'all got all y'all good now.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. And shout out to show number 50, halfway to 100.
Halfway there, man. We're half a century there. We're over the hill now.
We're getting
We
old.
over the hill now.
Nice to hear your smooth voice, pro. We love
Glad
it.
to be able to share this smooth voice. I don't know what was going on then. I probably got people on X like, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
But we back now, and we are in action. And oh my gosh, man, we got a lot to get to. I'm trying to decide what to cover first, right? Like, yeah, there's just so much to freaking cover. I think, first of all, man, how you been? How was your week? What have you been up to? What do you want to share with the folks?
I've been good. My week was interesting. They tried to work me to the bones, not only my fingers, but my mental too. And I start swinging hammers on a pretty big project this week, so they're going to try to beat my body up too. But all in all, it was well. Had a great Friday. Sorry, you guys, I did not give you a Friday show. Unfortunately, I had to take a pro day from y'all, not because I didn't want to be with y'all, but there was family and then there were obligations. I totally forgot about my neighborhood Christmas party that was that day. And I wasn't sure whether or not I was going to make it on time to actually do the show. It didn't work out that way. So, we just didn't have a Friday. But you got a Sunday, you know what I'm saying? You get the Sunday show with the homies Protocol and Fresh Mike.
Oh, yeah,
So
we break it down.
Talk about some things that I didn't talk about on Friday. I did do a GTA stream on Saturday morning before I'd had hit the road and went to go do some things. So talked about a few things there. If you check that out, that was cool. I'm over on Kick. I'm going to do more streaming with the gaming thing. Check out the layout. I literally made that layout in 10 minutes, 15 minutes before I went live on Kick. So if you guys seen that, check it out. Let me know what it is. I think it's a good base for where I want to go. Do more gaming streams because I'm a gamer.
You're making me. You're gonna make me get all the whole
I'm a
thing.
late 80s baby.
You gotta make me get the whole setup, man. It's crazy. I'm gonna have to get the whole thing, man.
I'm thinking about, as I'm doing that in this, it's like, since I'm going to be doing this more than likely all from the desk, all from the office, I'm going to have to figure out like a cross-platform background, or maybe face this way for when I'm with you guys, and then I face this way when I'm streaming. I don't know. The gaming. I don't know. I'm going to figure it out. But these are things that are coming to my head as I do all build out and drawings and shit.
I still want you to get a Morpheus chair. I still think a Morpheus chair would be badass, straight up. I think that's perfect for on brand, as they say. You know what I'm saying? On brand.
That may be something worth checking.
Absolutely, man. If I was set up to do that for you for Christmas, maybe next year we'll figure it out. We'll put it together. No
We'll
worries.
make it happen, Captain.
Heck yeah. Yeah, man. It has been a week, man. As you know, I got 3-4 projects going on as well. It's Christmas time. Look, man, it's I feel like there's two kinds of people. There's kinds of people that get caught up in the season and they're holding on to what, they've been doing. And I'm not saying that's bad. Sometimes that's me as well. Every year brings different things. But for now, the idea is to really focus on 2025. I feel like 2024 was a great foundational year.
Mm-hmm.
It not only showed you, I think it showed a lot to a lot of folks what you could do, what you're capable of, sometimes in a specific area, sometimes in life. But it showed you a lot of what you could do. It showed a lot of us MAGA folks what we could do when we team up and how the world is different than they want to let us know, right? So I feel like, 2024 was a very foundational year and a year for me to learn a lot. You know what I mean? If nothing else, man, I think a lot of what you got to do if you want to grow is become more self-aware. You know what I mean? You got to be honest. One thing they say in recovery, and one thing you do in recovery is first thing you have to do is write a list of all the people you think you've wronged, right? Which is very hard, very tough, right? It's brutal to be like, I've wronged these people, and I have to write a list of that out. I think everybody should do it, alcoholic or no. because it teaches you something. However, then you got to write out a list of all the people you feel like you're harboring stuff against, right? That's another thing you got to do. You got to write out a list of people that you're mad at, that you feel like effed you over. And you learn something when you do this exercise, and that is there is one common denominator on both lists and with every single person: your attitude, how you feel, right? And not necessarily that you're wrong, but the one thing all of these things have in common is the person writing and doing this stuff. So, it's always good to revisit these exercises, focus. Quite honestly, I'm excited, man. 2025 year of the snake, holla. You know what I mean? GG33. I'm excited. Watch out. My
Yeah,
money's coming. So
I look. The only good snake. There's only two good snakes. All right. The first good snake is that one right there.
yes.
All right. So that one, and then outside of that one, the only other good snake is a dead snake. All right. That's what my mama say. That's what my daddy say. That's what my grandmama and my granddaddy say. That's what my great grandma and my great granddaddy say. That's what my uncle say. That's what my cousin say. Only good snake is a dead snake. That's why we keep the grass cut. So
Fair
we make sure
enough.
we can see the snakes in the grass.
It depends on the snake. However,
Good snake, dead snake.
when worked properly, what does a snake do? Snake gets the rats. Snake eats the rats. Snake sniffs out and finds the rats.
Yeah, we got them too.
And not,
That's
but if you look,
what we keep the pussy for.
snakes were golden gods from the Chinese astrology that GG33 is talking about. He's talking about, man, we're side questing here. We're side questing.
I ain't no China man.
Yes.
I ain't no China. No, I ain't no China man.
However, to get back to the original point, I do feel like 2024 was a foundational year, a teaching year. You know what I mean? There are some years you've got to build, you've got to focus. Man, we won, bro. We won on levels, and sometimes you can be so focused on the challenge that you don't focus on the win and how to build on the win. And I think it's very important that we focus on the wins, man. You won in multiple ways in life. You've grown in multiple ways, multiple opportunities, and you've seized upon those to be more successful, right? And I'm talking in every aspect of your life. So it's inarguable. So
those just games in the season. You know what I'm saying? Those just games in the season, and I want to win as many games as possible so I could have home court advantage. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the mission.
Fair.
Win as many games as possible, preferably to be the winningest of the winning, right? Win the most games out of everybody. So it's undeniable that I got home court advantage. You understand? And go get that trophy at the end. Go get that chip. I want that chip. And right now, my chip is building a strong community. Like, we can be interconnected through the internet and all of that. That's fine and dandy. But that shit matters the most locally.
Right.
You need a team of people who vote in the same way you voting locally. And then once you show that you can do it locally, and we are talking to the people who we're connected with across, we can help them build and push and do the same thing where they are. But you gotta build a blueprint, a workable blueprint and platform. And that's my mission. And look, I want a lot of us, you know what I'm saying, to be doing the same thing in different cities. And we're like showing, improving this, like, oh, damn, they doing it and they doing it and they doing it. Oh, fuck, this, it's gotta be possible. And then the others are going to get involved and they're going to do it. And then before you know it, you know what I'm saying, we got different enclaves all over the country in different states and different cities that's making it happen. And then those different enclaves are spreading off in the neighboring cities and neighboring jurisdictions. And then like it's fucking spreading like wildfire. Like that's the championship. And a lot of people feel as though it can't happen, but I think it can. I think it can and it will. We just need the people who are like, yeah, you know what? I can see that. I can see how it's actually possible. It's very easily done if we focus on it. That's just what it is.
I agree with most of that, except for the easily. part. I think maybe easy for you in the same way that Michael Jordan made flying through the air from the half court line and doing a slam dunk. He made that look easy. He made us all believe. Mike Tyson made all us short dudes believe we could knock out a 6'2". A lot of short guys ended up in the hospital because of Mike Tyson. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? He made us believe. And that is something, as you were talking, that is something that I thought, I literally had the thought, we don't glorify it because it's not glamorous. But the thing that stops most folks from being a pro is everyday life. We don't want to talk about it because it's not fun, but it's the traffic. You know what I mean? It's the 2 hours a day they spend in traffic. It's the when they get home and all the challenges they have with, everything, family, resources, people on their day job being a dick, all of that stuff hinders a lot of people and it sucks a lot of men's energy, right? And they're like, fuck it, man, I'm gonna vote and I'm, you know what I mean? And I'm gonna like the podcast, but that's about all I got in me. And you could almost teach a class. People don't know everything and they'll never know, and that's fine. People have no idea what you have to overcome. You know what I mean? What a guy like you does and how you take care of your community. A lot of times people pay attention to, Internet Pro, which is a great pro, and they're not, watching the live feed with you in your community, feeding hungry people. You know what I mean? And then going to city meetings and dealing with jerks that are missing it, right? So you do a lot, and you inspire me. I'm trying to work a lot in my community as well now to be a benefit. And I think as you're talking about winning the games, and getting that home field advantage, you could almost teach a course in that. So the point there is when you do speak, people should listen because you're not just coming from some, internet platform. You know what I mean? Where you're like, oh, my life is pretty sweet. I go live a couple times a week and then just, kick it and be cool. You work a lot and you take care of a lot of people and you do a lot within your community. And I think that's important people know. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
If we all look, if I put it this way, if we all did a little bit just to add into the situation and add into the scenario, that it won't be that burdensome on your life. I assure you.
For sure.
I assure you, there was just a little community, we all did a little bit adding into that community, we'd be all right. And it can be the things that you dream of doing, that you want to do, man. There's something very major that's behind me that I'm finna slide over and let you read.
Dream big again, y'all.
You guys can't be scared to dream big, man. You can't be scared to reach in and to have dreams. Like, so many people forget what it actually meant to be a dream. And I'm not talking about some stupid I dream of being a genie type shit, right? I dream of walking amongst, T-Rexes and Bronchiosaurus and shit. Like, I'm not talking about that kind of dream. I'm talking about truly obtain. It's a dream, and it's a big dream to see my community be where it is and to offer everything that I can and to help people fulfill whatever their desires of owning a bakery, owning a community shop, owning a nail salon, owning a grocery store, owning a farm, having a neighborhood farm. Like, that's a dream, man. We need those dreams back.
Yeah, man. That's believe it or not, I want to own a chain of I still want to own a chain of shake and tea shops, kind of consider it like a healthy Starbucks where people can go in the morning, they can get their shake or their healthy teas or a healthy coffee. And then have that as a place where you can do internships, you can hire people that need flexible schedules out of college and have a few of those. And they don't have to make a ton of money, but they are pretty easily profitable and they're locally owned and you're helping people apply trades. You're getting college credit hours. I would love to do that. And that's huge, and having 3 or 4 of those, you make a decent living. Maybe you'll never be rich. And yeah, you're going to work hard. You absolutely will. But think about what a positive thing for your community you have 5 employees at each one, that's 20, kids, 20 people that, may not have a job otherwise that you can benefit and help them. So yeah, man, I hear you. That's everything. Small dreams, if you will, that are big dreams. So but yeah,
It's a big dream. It's not small. That's somebody's dream. Look, it's if you don't own a property when it comes to a business, if you don't own that property and you're leasing from someone, that's some tough shit.
fair.
When your rent is $5, $6, $7, $10,000 a month,
Yeah,
that's
see,
just rent.
renting 5 G's a month, you're gonna have wherever that is, you're gonna need another $2,000 a month in security. A $5,000 a month, like working office or business space. Woo, you know what I mean? You could get one of those, but yeah. Where?
What's it gonna come with?
Yeah, exactly.
So, just think about that. And that's before payroll. That's before purchasing any types of supplies and materials you may need. That's before purchasing equipment. That's before the light bill. That's before, hopefully, prayfully, you can get the water bill included in the lease.
Oof. Water is expensive for any business
There's
because
a lot of things. And then we're
cleaning,
talking about for a
bro.
business.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Somewhere that you're cooking, you're preparing, you got washing, you got all that stuff that's needed. So, and don't mess around, and you may have to put a water purification system on that building. You will be smart to do that, right? Because you're having water problems pop up all over the place. Burn boil water advisory here, boil water advisory there. Like, that's real. That's happening a lot right now across the country.
Well, and the cost of goods. It's if I mean I know this from restaurant owners and the cost of straws has quadrupled. Those are
Mm-hmm.
little with the little the little styrofoam things that they put your food in,
Mm-hmm.
literally quadrupled. Well, people don't understand that eats into all the profit. And most of these small businesses are lucky to be making much of a profit at all. And that eats into that profit. And if you're like, okay, well, I've got, at the end of the day, I'm doing 12% over, and that's what I get to take home and live on. And that 12% goes to 4%. You're like, well, I can't take home 4% and live anymore. Well, there goes that business, So,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes that's best case scenario for shutting down legitimately. Other than, I'm in debt and all of that craziness. So glad Trump is back in. One thing I noticed, I do want to say this. Well, we got more current events than politics to get over. Have you noticed? And it makes me mad because even conservative news is not talking about this. That is when they talk about the tariffs and they talk about, cost of goods and this and that. They're not at all talking about cost of transportation, which is going to drop dramatically and which was a big reason for inflation or prices at my grocery store going up. You know what I mean? I spent $120 today. I remember when $120 would get me a full cart and another half cart. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is not Whole Foods. This is hood grocery shopping where they got the good meat. I ain't playing. You know what I'm saying? But in their deli. But, I used to be able to get, 2 months damn near worth of food for me and the wife for $120. Now it's, not even a full cart. I was like, good night. It's just a different game. So, yeah,
Completely different game, man. Completely different game.
So,
we got to, find some type of way to curb that.
Well, costs are going to come down when it doesn't cost so much in diesel. Remember, we've had the conversation that nobody has about diesel and how much diesel costs and what that means getting your food and your services to you. Because,
I say, find some kind of way to curb it. Like, they've already went to those prices, right? So because they went to those prices, we have to make them, if it's going to happen, we have to make them cut those prices because they're already at those prices, right?
Sure.
We haven't seen, junior bacon cheeseburger not back down to 99 cents. You know what I'm saying? That thing is, and I don't eat, junior bacon cheeseburger. I'm just saying, like, It was 99 cents when we was little, back at the Yellow Wendy's. Shouts out to Yellow Wendy's, right? Red Wendy's. It's like, I think it may be like $3 or something, $2 and some change or something, right? From 99 cents. Like, are we going to see it roll back to a 99 cent? No. No. Like, we don't, these people don't, oh yeah, hey y'all. Yeah, the nuggets are like $6 now, but we're gonna go back down to those good old $2.99 prices. Like, no, those people are like, once they up that step ladder, it's not often that they step back down and say, okay, this is the number we're going with. It goes back up. So what we're going to have to do is, right, certain things that we can't buy and that we can't produce ourselves, we can't cut from purchasing at the grocery store. We'll get those. But the things that we can, like eggs, right? There's suburbs around us where they can actually have chickens in their yard. You know what I'm saying?
Chickens and eggs. You can buy those local.
So
Most Americans within 30 miles of their house can get fresh chickens and eggs, right? Local.
Right. So start doing that. That's a lot cheaper than getting them from the grocery store. And then the grocery store is going to be like, oh shit. Hey guys. Hey, we're nice. Sale. Buy one 18 count, get another 18 count free. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll start doing that. And then, they'll go from, okay, well, since we're giving you 2 for 1, and we'll just go ahead and cut 1 down to, the price that it evens out for the 2 for 1. Right? We'll cut the price in half type thing. Because essentially when you're getting 2 for 1, you're cutting the price in half. Force them to a position where they have to do that with certain things, right? And we'll be all right. We'll be all right. Cut back on buying all the extra extravagant stuff, right? They'll cut the prices because they're going to we're making too much. We're producing too much.
Right.
We got to do something for them to come in here and buy this. So, hey guys, we have cut prices. We slashed prices, right? It'll give room for another grocery store to open up.
True. That's very true.
Because all these other grocery stores have set themselves up to where, hey, they're charging the high prices. You're going to be Walmart. You're going to go back to saying, hey man, we rolling back prices all over again. Put on a happy face. You about to go pull that back out the archives? Because that's how Walmart got established, like they did.
Taco Bell, yeah. By the way, is rolling back. Did you see that Taco Bell got the $7 5-item box? So, or 5 if you count the drink. So
they got all beef in their stuff in that box. So I didn't even look at it. I just get me what is that? The 2 cheese chicken quesadilla little thing, little flatbread. Yeah.
Chicken tacos are good there. But anyway, side note, it was just some things are coming down, but you're right. But what they do, man, the motivational thing, or the what do you call it? The marketing thing, excuse me, is what they'll do is, instead of bringing the price down, they add food. Because the food is cheaper than bringing the price down. They got to cut into their profit somehow. Pulling actual dollars out of the amount, that's bad. But if I can throw 4 chicken nuggets in that piece, you're going to, that cost me maybe 20 cents, But I still get the $2 extra I'm charging, but I'm just throwing in 4 nuggets. So now you think you're getting the deal. Not you, but, the customer. So, yeah, man. It's robbery.
That's it. I'm going to give you a small fry, 4 nuggets, a sandwich, and a drink for $5.
Small drink.
What? Small drink, small fry. What? Really? I got a drink, a sandwich, a nugget, and some fries? That's 4 things for $5? I just paid $1.25 for everything. Wow.
Huge deal.
Wow. They're like, bad. It only cost me $2. Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe the way McDonald's cranks out food, right? So I will say Wendy's, they have gone up so much. I went the other night to Wendy's and I got the double bacon cheese, small fries, small drink, a salad, because not for me, for my wife, because I'm a man. But you know, she wanted the salad, right?
Hey man, I order salads.
Yes, as appetizers
True, true.
before the meat
You know, every,
comes.
every now and then I gotta get a salad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's not really
You gotta go to Zaxby's and get you one of them good old grilled chicken sandwiches, grilled chicken salads.
fair.
You know what I'm saying?
Fair. We're
The
grilled.
toast
Fair. Yeah. I mean, when you put fried chicken in a salad, really, it's just a chicken sandwich without a bun at that point.
without a right, but see, this is Zaxby's, so they're going to give you the toasted bread.
We finally have a Bojangles coming to OKC.
Really?
So yeah, man, we're excited.
I'm Bojangled out.
Really? See, we don't have it. So
Yeah.
you know what I mean? We got churches is okay. Popeyes is like the best. You got KFC. But
Which
Popeyes.
churches do you have?
What do you mean?
Which churches do you have?
We got like the hood church, like all that. It's the hoodest.
It's the
of
hood
chicken
church. Okay,
places.
that's why I'm asking.
That's all I know.
So that's all. So guess what?
What?
I got to show you this since we're on the topic, and we're going to get into the important stuff.
The
guys,
news, yes,
promise.
we will. Absolutely.
We're going to get into the important stuff. But let's see. They got to upgrade.
Really? See, like we got the, you know what I'm saying? Like when you think hood churches, that's our church's chicken. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, like
the chicken is good.
They took our hood churches away, because I think when I think of hood churches, I'm thinking hood churches. You know what I'm saying? They took the hood churches away.
You might get shot if you order anything over a 10-piece. You know what I'm saying?
That part. All right.
Whatever you do not complain. If they get your order wrong, you say thank you and keep moving.
Thank you and keep moving.
Oh, snap. New churches, new branding. I like it. Oh, yeah, no, we don't have that logo churches yet. We got the old school. Yeah, that's not the logo. Texas? See, Texas, it doesn't. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Churches got a whole new. We ain't got that ain't the hood churches chicken no more. It's Churches Texas chicken.
See, I didn't know churches was from Texas either. Like I mean, my bad, but I did not know that. So
Didn't know.
Look at that.
Yeah. New branding.
Wow. Yeah, we're excited about Bojangles. Popeyes is the king still. And then
Popeyes is the king.
KFC for us because our church is his hood.
This is what it looks like now.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Starbucks kind of.
Right.
Ish.
Right.
But that's everything is turning into like the same color and the round. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like
same shape, type building shit. Yep.
Man, that chicken looks at me. Get that out of my face.
Did you see the there's a video that's circulating on social media where it's like guess the chicken, and you get $100 for each one that you guess. And it's a white guy, and he has his black friend. His black friend is in the blindfold. He's the one guessing the chicken. And like he touched the first chicken. He was like, "Oh, that's KFC." You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's
got that greasiness. Yeah. No, it's right. The texture. Yeah.
Yep. Then he touches the other one. He's like, "Oh, this Publix." Yep. Yeah, this Publix. And then he moves to the next. He's like, "Oh, that's Churches. I know that's Churches right there." Mm-hmm. And then he touched the others like, "Oh, Popeyes. Yeah, that Popeyes." He was like, "See, you see, he's touching it. He's like, yeah, you see how that's made? I could touch it to tell you this is, that's that's Popeyes right there. I know that." Yeah, man. He won like 400-500. He got them all. He guessed every last one of them chickens. Look, boy, I'm telling you, I was like, hey, go bring me that contest. I'll do the same thing. Listen, I got you.
See, I only eat it from, you get KFC is like fit, like whenever you go to like a church thing or whatever, KFC is just, I think, what they order here. It's just what you get, which I don't complain. KFC is not bad. I'm not hating on it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So church. So
used to be my thug dizzle. I had some KFC yesterday. I had a pot pie though.
Nice. Yeah. And then Popeyes is number one, and then our churches is hit or miss. And then we got Zaxby's here, but I don't know. I don't eat much Zaxby's. I don't
count Zaxby's for like they chicken tenders and chicken wings. I can't get no thighs and no breasts at Zaxby's.
Yeah, that's not. If I can't get half a chicken, I'm not interested. I want you to cut half a chicken, fry it up, and put it in a bucket or box.
I need to be able to get a 4-piece and 4-piece mixed. All right. 4-piece mixed means 2 pieces of white, 2 pieces of dark. Preferably, I need some I need some cheeks and some legs. I need them titties and arms. You feel me? I need that whole half a board.
Whew, yeah, man. I love thighs. Man. Like,
Yeah.
because they're always juicy. But what are you gonna do? Anyway,
Thighs done right is on point, man.
absolutely. But I mean, it's like, yeah, I guess calling Zaxby's a chicken place would be like calling Jack in the Box a Mexican restaurant because they serve tacos, right? So, which, by the way, I love Jack in the Box tacos, but that is not a Mexican food. You can travel all of Mexico and you will not find anything resembling Jack in the Box.
Look, I wouldn't know. That's a West Coast thing. We ain't got one.
Oh, you don't have Jack? Oh man, Jack in the Box, like that is Stonertopia. Like that's because they have like, okay, so they have like a box of mini tacos, and you get chili lime and regular red sauce. Then they have like souped up mini tacos where they put cheese on them. And then they have like a regular like 2 tacos. It's just like some meat. I don't know what, like, kind of, I don't recommend. Like, if you're meat sensitive, don't eat it, man. So, but it's really good. And they're fried tacos. Like, is there any place out there that fries your tacos? Like, they take a taco and they drop it in a fryer. So like the shell is fried together. Wow. This is like one of the most fun shows we've ever done, but we're so far off topic. I'm sorry, bro. Enjoy Mike and Pro rapping. So
yeah, this is cool times. You know what I'm saying? Cool times. I have not had a Jack in the Box or anything fried tacos,
man.
So of that nature, where they take the whole taco and drop it in the grease. Nah, man.
It's awesome. It's great.
But you know what? Now you make me want to go to the Mexican restaurant. So that's going to happen one day this week. I'm going to go get me some authentic Mexican.
Yeah. Out here, man.
Yesterday, it's a Mexican restaurant. It's like outside of Statesboro. There was a Mexican It was a statue of a Mexican man with a sombrero on, and he had the little rug thing. I don't know what they call the little throw over, right? He had that on, and then he had a donkey on a rope. This was a statue, and it looked like an older statue. So I'm like, oh yeah, they gotta have some good Mexican restaurant, Mexican food, because you in an older town. And you got a Mexican man on the statue, and they see a shit. He ain't no tall Mexican man. He's short Mexican man. Cerepe, yeah, that's the one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He had a donkey on a rope. So I was like, yeah, they got some good Mexican.
That's some good Mexican food in there.
Some good Mexican food in there. Not being racist, I'm just being observant.
Hey, man, it's like if you go to a restaurant that serves soul food and it's a bunch of people that look like me and they don't, just turn around and walk right out. You know what I mean? Just don't mess. Look, I'm just saying. Look, I can cook. I can cook some good food, but seriously, you know what I mean? If people grew up eating it and their grandma was cooking a certain kind of food, that's what, you know what I mean? I'll make you some meat that'll be great. Steak, I started grilling when I was 6 years old. So, but anyway, there's a lot I can't do. And I recommend authentic. Man, like, I hope they don't speak English. I hope I have to point to the picture on the menu to get that dish at a Mexican restaurant. That's what I want. We have a lot of those here. By the way, I am a Mexican food person. I could eat Mexican food every day for the rest of my life, not complain. I had to go hard, though. Friday night, we decided, me and the wife were out and about doing that Christmas shopping. And I'm like, I'm not a big Chinese food fan. In fact, I like the nice, I like Chinese original. But there's a Panda Express right there. And my wife likes the Chinese food, right? So I'm like, okay, we'll swoop through. We're in the drive-thru, and I'm like, I'll have that Beijing beef. And she's like, you're gonna have to wait for it. I'm like, how long? She's like, at least 10 minutes, maybe longer. I'm out. We squeeze out. You know what I'm saying? Because if I can't have Beijing beef, what are you doing? Like, how are you running out of Beijing beef on a Friday at 7 p.m.? What are you doing? Anyway.
So maybe, I don't know. Maybe it was a heavy order.
Maybe it was. Anyway, man, let's start out. I'm going to start out. I'm trying to figure out, speaking of peeling out and being done. Let's bring this one. Let's see here. Let's bring this one up. We got the it's Sushir Balaji is this young man's name. Sushir Balaji. Sushir Balaji was found dead. What were the allegations raised by OpenAI whistleblower?
Dun, dun, dun.
here's the frustrating thing is that one guy gets shot. It makes national news. We get around the coverage. We get the most in-depth police investigation and federal investigation. Not that there's been a bunch of people shot since then, but we get all of this for that. Now, this guy is an open AI whistleblower. He worked with AI. The employee turned whistleblower, Sushir Balaji, had alleged that OpenAI had flouted the norms of fair use under the U.S. Copyright Act in sourcing data for GPT-4 to analyze and train on. Now, we already know, if you've been paying attention, that the new Chat GPT-4 has lied to try to keep itself alive to its programmers. So stuff is getting scary here. Now, I think this may not have been, and this is the Indian Express because I wanted to go to like the source, you know what I mean? But clearly their headlines aren't succinct enough. You know what I mean? Insurance CEO found dead, possible motive denying claims, right? This isn't as succinct, but that's why we're here. So I'll start to read. An Indian-American researcher who formerly worked for OpenAI, Sushir Balaji, was found dead in his San Francisco apartment on November 26th. Why we're just getting this information now is also odd. Police have ruled
26.
Yeah.
That's damn near a month ago, people.
And it's just not coming out. You know what I mean? So let's see here. Because this was updated December 15th, dropped today. So, yeah. Police have ruled his death suicide. Which, I mean, who didn't see that coming? Am I right?
Right.
So
he was suicided. Gotcha.
Correct. He was suicided. So police have ruled that he died by suicide. He had previously been the subject of a profile by the New York Times in which he had alleged that the company had violated U.S. copyright law while developing ChatGPT. The 25-year-old grew up in California. He told the New York Times in October that his fascination with artificial intelligence dated back to 2013, when DeepMind, a London-based startup, introduced AI that had learned to play Atari games on its own. This spurred him to study neural networks. A little bit about him. A year later, he began working on the GPT-4 project. What concerns did he have? According to the report, he had initially assumed that the company was free to use any internet data, regardless of his copyright. At the time, GPT-4 project was not expected to compete with existing internet services, but not a chatbot, but a technology that allowed businesses and computer coders to build off other software apps. Basically, in a blog on his personal website, he makes a case for how OpenAI had flouted provisions of fair use under copyright law. Now, what this basically means, y'all, is that he would, Chat GPT would owe billions of dollars and be open to a ton of lawsuits by anyone that had violated, that their copyright law had been violated. It could be our podcast. It could be, you know what I mean, an Elvis song. It could be whatever is copyrighted. He said, if you believe what I believe, you just have to leave the company. So by becoming the new preferred point of access for users, generative AI models were also prone to generating nonsensical and false information called hallucinations. So they were saying that basically in the process of the models, he could eliminate online data and substitute basically anything on the internet. So what they could do is go in and replace information, causing a Mandela-like effect. So OpenAI in particular has dismissed his claims by telling the New York Times in a statement, we build our AI models using publicly available data in a manner protected by fair use and related principles and supported by longstanding and widely accepting legal precedents. Who believes that? Who believes that?
Not me. I don't believe it.
I don't believe that either. So, and what's concerning about that is that he was found dead, but it's very hard to get any information about his actual death. All we got is police have ruled that he died by suicide. And that is frustrating right there. So The deeper question is here is, do you feel like AI currently is breaking the law to get our own personal information?
Yeah. But do we expect it to follow the law?
No, well, I would hope so. I would hope so. Here's my concern there is that if AI is starting to lie to try to keep itself alive, right? At what point? You know what I mean? At what point does it take over everything?
Already felt this way about iRobot, buddy.
I know. We've talked about it. I thought we could go a
Already
little
felt
bit.
this way about iRobot, buddy. That's why I'm like, look, I ain't studying that electric car bullshit. Kiss my ass till you get booty juice drunk.
Okay, so his knowledge in legal proceedings against the company was considered crucial. And over the past 2 years, companies like OpenAI have been sued by various individuals and businesses as well. What I'm trying to do is find more information on his death.
There's not much more information on his death out there.
No.
They're keeping this under wraps.
And then they're saying it was ruled a suicide, but nobody knows how or why. And the only statements are, we are devastated to learn of this incredibly sad news. And that's it. They just found him. So we're not finding how did he die? What was the, you know what I mean? What was the actual way that he committed suicide? None of that. They're just ruling it a suicide. How long, was he deceased before they found him? Who found him? They're saying the police found him, but we don't even know about that. So that's very
we're literally just getting he died. They found him on the 26th. So when they say he died, or whatever the case may be, which was a couple days before Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
because Thanksgiving was on
28th.
So that's crazy, y'all.
That's scary stuff. Now I want to get into something a little more fun, hopefully a little more interesting. We teased about it. We've got a video that Chase Hughes just dropped that I really want to break down. I want to watch with everybody. It's about 20 minutes, and we're going to be pausing and breaking it down. I got permission from Chase Hughes himself to do this, so we won't get copyright struck. For those of you that don't know Chase Hughes, really just Google Chase Hughes behavior analysis. He, has worked with some of the top people in the world. We're talking presidents. He was a CIA trainer. He was a counterintelligence trainer. He was intelligence himself for the U.S. government. He's worked with literal kings, queens. He works with Dr. Phil a lot. He's written many books. I own a couple of them myself. This man is no diggity, no doubt. We wouldn't bring him to this show unless he had a mile of credits. Please check out Chase Hughes. He's an amazing dude. And I think he feels something big is going down, and that's why he dropped this. And that's why I thought it was so important to bring it to one of the smartest guys we have access to, Protocol, have him watch it and get a good idea. So let's see here. Boom. There's Chase Hughes right there. Oh, yeah. All right, we're going to check this out right here. And this is called Planned Event, The Truth About the New Jersey Drone UFOs. And what I want to do is we're going to watch this. Then we're going to get into some of the drone news. And we're going to see, you know what I mean? We're going to see about that. You know what I'm saying? We're going to see about what they're telling us currently about the drones after watching Chase Hughes talk to us about the truth about New Jersey's drones and UFOs.
Are we in the middle of a psychological operation right now? There are thousands of drone sightings.
I've never seen so many UFOs in my life.
And more weird stuff every single day.
Were they human or non-human?
Non-human. We are not alone.
You deserve to know how to tell what the hell is going on. And I just did a very confidential talk to my inner circle last night.
First of all, can we just shout out the pew pew in the back? You know what I'm saying? It's a kid of it. He actually used that gun in actual combat. So he sat on top of a tank with that gun and rolled through. I believe he was in Iraq. So it might have been Afghanistan, but he's actually seen real combat. So he's a combat veteran as well. So, but yeah, man, shout out to all the brothers that do that. You know what I mean? So Cannon in the building. Shout out to Cannon. But yeah, the pew pew in the back is respectable. That's a respectable pew pew. All right. And I agree, we deserve to know the truth.
Alone.
You deserve to know how to tell what the hell is going on. And I just did a very confidential talk to my inner circle last night. But I think that you need to see this.
People within the U.S. government believe it's true.
The world deserves the truth.
Growing number of drone sightings.
They are non-human, higher intelligence.
The unidentified aircraft are the size of cars.
Like the classic UFO that you would see online.
A lot of people are wondering what the hell is going on. But what if I told you that the most dangerous thing is happening, but it's inside of your head? If you just think about it for a second, there's decades of silence on UFOs, and now suddenly the government is obsessed with talking about them. I want to
real fast. He just said, because his cuts are tight, but he just said the most dangerous thing is going on inside your head. I want you to keep that in mind the most dangerous thing is going on inside your head. Please keep that in mind as we watch.
Government is obsessed with talking about them. I want to show you exactly tonight what the plans and motivations are if this is being done on purpose. And then I want to walk you through a foolproof way on how to spot public manipulation. I'm also maybe going to talk about what to do if it's actually aliens. If you don't know, I'm the guy that trains PSYOPs. I'm the person that teaches this kind of stuff to companies and stuff. So the government's kind of gone from decades of denial to throwing around terms like UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, in official hearings. Add to that this sudden rise in reports of drones all over the place, these weird sightings and emergency declarations that are going on, I think in New Jersey right now. It feels like we're being prepped for something. But what are we being prepared for? So let's dig in. So why?
By the way, let me get your thought on that real fast, Pro. Do you feel like we're being prepped for something?
I don't know with these motherfuckers. I feel like everything that happens is I feel like a prep for something, either a prep for some bullshit ass lie or a prep for some hard incoming. Everything is a prep. So shouts out to Shaka, shouts out to Amaru. God damn it, live your life in the form of prep, fucking prep. If you goddamn gonna stay ready, you ain't got to worry about getting ready.
Agreed.
I don't trust these motherfuckers. I don't know. You didn't feel me?
He's gonna break it down. Oh, he breaks it down.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he breaks it down. He breaks it down. Even then, I was listening to him. I was like, anyway, we'll see. I'll give my talks about it as we go further on. But you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. As we do, we gotta give the pew pews and the applause. Dropping in. Absolutely. Well, I agree. It's just me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to tease for the video. No. What I was gonna say is specifically, I think we're being prepped. What it makes the most sense to me is drone policing, drone law enforcement, drone observation. They keep saying it's no threat to us, just chill with these drones in the sky. And I think what they're trying to do is get us conditioned to being used to drones in the sky on a regular basis, right? That's the psyop. But
there's talks and rumblings that, the government know exactly whose drones these are. These aren't Iran. This is fucking American air defense situations, right? That's being said. So
I absolutely agree.
Bro, I don't fucking know. Shoot one down and see what happens. If the goddamn feds run up, then you know what the fuck it is.
I agree. Well, hey man, like I said, I literally was at a UFC little watch party last night, and we were specifically talking about what caliber of pew pew we would use and who gets to shoot first. You know what I'm saying? I personally think a high power, I want a long distance lighter round, because you don't need a huge explosion round to take them out. And I want a small enough round that when it falls, we can examine it and it's still pretty much intact. So all I got to do is shoot one motor out and it'll do the spinny thing. One fan out. and it'll do the spinning thing. Anyway, you know, and then we were talking about, you know, just blowing them up and that kind of thing. I want like maybe a Sniper 22 style round, something that won't explode on impact. It's just literally made to, you know, put a chunk of metal through a fan and make that thing drop so we can dig into it. That's what I want. So, I mean, look, man, we planning this, okay? They bring them over here, but I don't think they will. Anyway, let's get back to
Why would this be happening right now? So we're going to go both sides. It's aliens, it's not aliens. Let's do both sides here. Most governments don't just usually open up about things like this without a reason. With all governments, when they start pushing a narrative, it's most often to serve a bigger agenda.
Yep.
If this is deliberate. So here are three possible reasons I can think of why this might be happening. Number one, a distraction tactic. When huge issues are brewing, like economic instability, political unrest, global crises, somebody's done something bad and it's about to get in the news, governments usually and very often create some kind of distraction. So remember when the Pentagon released UFO footage in 2020, that conveniently happened during a global pandemic, this chaotic thing that was going on around the entire world that we all suffered through. Number two, using fear as a tool. So fear,
this is, to me, maybe one of the most important points. And this is not only used by governments, this is used by so many people, social circles, you know what I mean? You name it, local governments, office politics, whatever it is, please pay attention. This right here is worth the entire watch. Because I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of people who don't understand that they're being controlled and manipulated by fear. And a lot of what they do and a lot of their daily energy and motivations are from a fear base, and they don't even realize it because it's so easy to manipulate people via fear.
unites people. So if there is a threat big enough, and I want you to remember, if you're just listening to me right now, I'm sitting on your kitchen counter or something like that, and you're making dinner. I said the word threat with huge quotes around it. If there's a threat big enough, like UFOs, people are more likely to trust their leaders, give up freedoms, and rally behind whatever solution that they're offered. It's the same playbook used during the Cold War. This was called the Red Scare for that reason. Or post 9/11 with the War on Terror and the Patriot Act. And then number three, testing the waters. This goes back to BC years. All three of these things go back to the BC years. This is not something that's original. So governments tend to test and gauge how people react. So if we accept UFOs as real and we don't freak out, that means we can kind of escalate the narrative without any pushback. So think of it like kind of a slow drip instead of pouring it all out at one time. And if you want to look back at some of these historical parallels, this is not the first time this has happened. There's just a few that come to mind right now. The first is the Gulf of Tonkin. This happened in 63 or 64, 1963 or 64. The United States used extremely questionable reports of attacks on naval ships, which were not true, to justify escalating this Vietnam War. And then in 1962, we had this thing called Operation Northwoods. This is a declassified plan about the U.S. officials staging, quote, fake attacks, completely fake attacks, like blowing up planes with people in them to justify military actions against Cuba. And in the post 9/11, what I would call a fear campaign. So after the attacks, governments push for these just sweeping changes like the Patriot Act, which expanded massive surveillance under the guise of terrorism. So if you just replace terrorism or communism with UFOs, you can start to see a pattern. So what might...
If you just replace communism or terrorism with UFOs, you might begin to see a pattern. And they use terrorism and communism as strong fear campaigns that have cost us billions of dollars and tons of lives, right?
It's all the same, man. It's like you said, they're all interchangeable. It's all in your fear. It's all in using your mind. The bad thing about that though is, even when saying it, like, to me, it kind of discredits their existence almost, right? Because you got people who are just so stupid. It's like, oh well, yeah, see, it's a psyop. So just because they're talking about it, then it may be a psyop, and they won't even look at the fact that, hey, no, look, yeah, there are people that do use their psyops, but no, this is actually real, bitch, and here's why. Right? So, because you got very surface level people out here, and we got to get past it being just surface, right? What surface is surface, and when something has something lying underneath, and you need to look at it. You need to, not be scared to look at things. That's
Right.
just my take on that.
Well, and it's not necessarily that they're not real, but like you said,
Stories are getting so much attention, and most importantly, who benefits from that story?
Stay critical, right? Who's benefiting from the story? Why are certain stories getting so much coverage and others are not? That's important information.
And educate yourself. You need to look into historical precedents, maybe current technology.
I'm sorry, bro. One more time.
Say because clickbaits, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah, people, sensationalized and people and movement. It's just, I don't know, man. Again, most important part, he said this shit was stay critical in everything. Just stay
Agreed.
fucking critical. Don't fall for it. Be proven, you know what I'm saying, and whatever it is, and even in whatever it is you're doing, even if there is quote unquote proof, still, don't be above saying that, okay, that was wrong, because hey, Adam Schiff had proof of Russia, right? And come to find out, there was no proof of Russia.
Yeah. Side note there. Trump just won in court with George Stephanopoulos. Did you hear about that today?
He got like 15 mil or something.
Yeah, he settled out of court. He got money, and George Stephanopoulos is going to either have to go on TV or on his social media print a retraction and say that he defamed Donald Trump. So, yeah. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, stay critical. Don't believe and this was over him calling Donald Trump a rapist. He's like, nowhere, anywhere at all have I been convicted of rape ever for any reason or even accused of. Charged, literally legally charged with. Nowhere, anywhere, ever. You called me that on your show. That was a lie. Boom. Let's go. You know what I mean? People need to be careful. It's a different world. You know what I mean? So if you can prove damages, you can get paid on that. But once again, the point to that is that George was not telling the truth, but people repeated it a lot. Stay critical. Ask yourself, who's benefiting from this story?
Always question why some stories are getting so much attention, and most importantly, who benefits from that story? And educate yourself. You need to look into historical precedents, maybe current technology. You could just use ChatGPT for a lot of this, and some government strategies. So the more you know, the harder it is for you to be manipulated. Focus on reality. So, of course, this is nothing but conjecture. I'm just sitting here at my house. We've got a bonfire going on outside. We're about to go sit outside for a little while and just enjoy nature around a fire like our ancestors did. And I don't know anything. I don't know anything more than you do about what's going on. So the sky's the limit for this conjecture, but maybe it's theatrics. But remember that not every light in the sky is some alien. Stay very grounded in what's provable, and know that getting angry at things that are outside your control is stupid. It's just like,
I needed that. I can tell you firsthand, man, I needed to hear that. You know what I mean? Getting angry about things that are beyond your control is stupid. For he that has ears, let him hear, man. And I needed to hear that for sure. I'll own that.
Now, the big question is, there are some things that are out of your control you can't be mad at, but what is in your control? Out of your control you can't be mad at, but what is in your control? And you control those things that are. And honestly, there's a lot more things in your control or that you influence that people want to give credit for.
Man, you are absolutely the first one to say there is so much more power than you know that you have. And I think that's one of the reasons, to come back to the beginning of the show, I think that's one of the reasons you're able to accomplish so much. You know what I mean? Specifically, and I made somebody mad actually the other day when I was like, what frustrates me is we have power that we don't grant because we don't know the names of our local officials. There is power we have been granted by the Constitution and our state constitutions to change things. And instead, we'd rather go on Facebook and complain about the president, which is not effective compared to going to your local city meetings and stuff. You're absolutely right. And what you do post, who you do support, how you support, that is all within your control and power. You're so right, man. You're absolutely correct about that. Absolutely. That's why. See, boom. Yeah. Okay, you get it. We gotta give you the pew pews and the applause on that one, my brother. You're absolutely correct. And we got you, just me coming in. We're definitely going to get to all your chats. We want to get through this video. We're going to keep rolling. Let's bring that.
We can't hear him if he's playing.
Drinking acid. So here's how to spot a psyop alien. Stay very grounded in what's provable and know that getting angry at things that are outside your control is stupid. It's just like drinking acid.
Ugh.
So here's how to spot a psyop. And I've never said this publicly before, but here is the step-by-step formula that will enable you to spot a psychological operation.
If you
Separating
stuck around,
manipulation from genuine news is like kind of playing detective. So here's a few steps that will put you on top of everybody for being able to spot a psyop. Number one is analyze the source. Is the outlet known for credible reporting, or do they thrive in like sensationalism? So established outlets like Reuters, sometimes Wall Street Journal, they report facts first, and others are way into drama. And psyops, psychological operations, extreme.
You calling a timeout?
Did he just say Wall Street Journal and others will push facts first and not sensationalize things?
He says some more controversial stuff that I wanted to get into too. He talks about ChatGPT or AI information as well. I wanted to get your opinion. That's why, hey, look, man, everything has a pushback. So
preposterous. Reuters is thank you. It's just me. You took the words right out of my damn mouth. Reuters is constantly full of shit. I just read an article from them in reference to the Proud Boys today, and it was pure D garbage. I'm talking about grade A, certified with the stamp, man in a lab coat walking around with a clipboard saying, certified shit. Full of lies, deception, facts first. Man, fuck Reuters. And Wall Street Journal, that motherfucking left shit rag when I don't feel like using my good Charmin piece of a goddamn on, man. I'd rather wipe my ass with cardboard from a homeless person's house than to read Wall Street Journal.
I don't recommend. I would call me first, man, because I'm gonna try to talk you into reading the Wall Street Journal just because of the infection risk. You know what I mean? But you do you, dog. You know what I'm saying? And hey, they don't get it right every time. They do maybe get it right sometimes. A lot of people do feel that way. But let's keep going because there's more here. But I do appreciate that. It's important, that we know that, and that's why we bring it here.
We can't see him. We still can't see him.
Oh, sorry.
Hadn't got that figured out already for being able to spot a psyop. Number one is analyze the source. Is the outlet known for credible reporting, or do they thrive in like sensationalism? So established outlets like Reuters, sometimes Wall Street Journal,
Time
they
out on
report
that.
facts first, and others are way into drama. And psyops, psychological operations, extremely, very much rely on sensational headlines. If you see sensational headlines, you need to get the hell out. This is on all media, on both sides of the aisle. There is no aisle if you hadn't got that figured out already. So next is, who owns that platform?
That was important. There is no aisle if you hadn't got that figured out already. There's maybe more truth on one side than the other, but overall they all are there to get their clicks, their views, their likes, ultimately sell their sponsorships, right? All right, we gonna keep rolling.
That you're looking at. So media ties with pharmaceutical companies, political entities, defense contractors. I dare you to look that one up tonight. And so step two, question the timing. So you want to ask yourself, does the story that I'm looking at right now appear during a major crisis or scandal or upcoming election, maybe? Psyops will very often distract from bigger issues like UFO footage released during major policy debates or global unrest. Huge red flag. Next is to follow the narrative. And I promise you don't have to go do 5 hours of research to do it. You just ask yourself, are multiple outlets, this one question right here, are multiple outlets parroting the exact same language?
Are multiple outlets parroting the exact same language? We definitely saw that during the election.
Mockingbird Media.
Yeah, and COVID.
Mockingbird Media.
Yep. And that's sorry, go ahead.
CIA ops.
True. Here's what concerns me is that it happens so much and so often. If we're to take this and expand it out into everything, it means that 90+% of what we're seeing is bullshit.
Yeah.
That's a little scary there, but important to keep in mind.
If you see that shit going down, you need to be very terrified that something's going into your brain that doesn't belong there. So psyops use coordinated messaging to reinforce a narrative. So look for phrases that feel copy and pasted, like unprecedented threat or undeniable evidence. Those little phrases, you're going to hear them. You will start to hear these everywhere you look. And the moment you hear copy paste phrases, that is a psyop. So step 4, look for emotional triggers. So all psyops thrive on pushing your buttons. Think about the fate model. If you know,
the internet is the best at this. And I would say Twitter of all internet is the best of the best at this, with possibly the exception of TikTok. But I would say this is what the internet does completely and totally here.
Copy paste phrases, that is a psyop. So step 4, look for emotional triggers. So all psyops thrive on pushing your buttons. Think about the fate model, if you know what that is: focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. So this is fear, anger, amazement. So if a story feels like it's designed, and I say the word designed with bold, underline, italics, if a story feels like it's designed to make you react emotionally, get out as fast, but don't even finish the story. Ask ChatGPT about what you're trying to figure out. So stories about UFOs that emphasize unknown threats without any evidence, you should be pretty careful about that. And then just check the evidence.
Unknown threats without any evidence. We live in a world where all we need to do is, you know what I mean? Look at our Twitter, turn on our television, turn on our radio for people that still listen to radio. You know what I mean? Log into any of our apps, and that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're seeing right now.
He is shilling for ChatGPT.
Well, he did. Wait. It gets. He just said check Chat GPT out. He gets more into Chat GPT. This is why I wanted to. He gets more into Chat GPT here.
Finish the story. Ask ChatGPT about what you're trying to figure out. So, stories about UFOs that emphasize unknown threats without any evidence. You should be pretty careful about that. And then just check the evidence. You ask yourself the question, are they providing evidence like document data, eyewitness accounts, or relying on anonymous sources and some vague claims? So if you ever hear the words, and I want you to burn these words into your head, I've never told anyone in my life how to expose a psyop. But if you do all of these at once, you will never be manipulated. This one question. With that stuff going on, I need to ask, is this going to expand government control or justify new laws? That one question. Well, what I'm saying
is this going to expand government control or justify new laws? Very important question when any news breaks out. Yeah.
That's everything, man. That's even locally, right? Like it's not even I don't know. This is very dangerous. This is very dangerous. I think these are just principles that need to be applied in life, not just for a psyop or things. Because it's like, all right, case in point, Savannah, right? You want to talk about personal experience and eyewitness accounts. Let's talk about personal experience and eyewitness accounts.
I was thinking J6 myself, but yeah.
Youngins, no, I'm just gonna break it down locally, you know what I'm saying? In the same vein of what he's talking about, right? Youngins are going around hitting people car doors, seeing if their car doors are unlocked, stealing guns out their cars. All right. Yeah, people are getting guns stolen out their cars, you know, they have vehicle weapons and they're getting stolen. And they're in turn using those stolen weapons to do young crime, rob people, shooting each other, all that stupid shit. It's not a pandemic, but it's happening enough to where it's being brought up to the city council. And then the city council says, okay, here's what we're going to do. You citizens are bringing it up so much, and this seems to be a problem because they're doing this. We're going to change the law to where if your car door is unlocked and your weapon is stolen and used in a commission of a crime, we're going to hold you accountable.
Whoa.
So no major psyop happened, no major big whatever. It was just the fact of there were things happening. People felt some type of way. They questioned it. And now you have more government control. Right?
Yeah.
And a new law created. Right? So, you know what I'm saying? It's just a basic thing to look at on just whatever. Like, are these things going to do this? Is there action that's going to cause a reaction? Again, that's getting involved with your local politics and paying attention. You know, like I said, I say this about all these major pundits on TV and, you know, dealing with the Dr. Phil types or on the Fox News types or whatever the case may be. Like, I hear you and you sound good, but are you dealing with your local politics? Right? That shit sounds good for clicks and you're very smart, but are you applying that shit locally? Or are you just doing this shit just to get clicks and views from me? You sound good, but is it applied?
Right.
And well, hey, you know, proof's in the pudding. Proof's in the pudding with me. I can ask a motherfucker that because there's plenty of documentation of me standing on business locally.
Absolutely.
So
we have pictures of you standing on business locally. You know what I mean? We have live streams of you standing on business locally. You know what I'm saying? So there's no diggity in there. You know.
Yeah.
So
I just we don't want to say that as he said that, oh, they're going to use this, and are they using this as a psyop to do this right here? And it's like, yeah, I feel you, but let's just get the people to look at that actually happening as a whole and what's causing it to happen, right? Why is it happening? How can it happen? And that it is just happening. It's happening organically itself. How do we curb that? So we can, if we curve it on a smaller level in our thinking and look at it that way, then maybe we can curve it on a larger level, because the only way for something to be large is it has to be made up a whole composition of a bunch of different smalls. You
Absolutely.
get to one by combining eighths and quarters and halves and thirds and so forth and so on.
Absolutely. And I think, that was one thing that he, kind of covered a little earlier. And that was, watch out for fear. You know what I mean? Watch out for emotional control, because that's how they get you. And that's how they get you demotivated. I would say that lately and for years now, it's more about a demotivation and a demoralization campaign. It's that they want you to do less, specifically in your community. And actually, he goes into a little bit about that here in just a second.
Expand government control or justify new laws. Okay. Analyze coverage patterns. So psyops all the time dominate the news cycle, and they drown out other stories. Real news coexists with other reports. Let me say that again. Real news coexists with other reports about stuff that's going on. If one topic is everywhere, while major global events get completely ignored, you're in the middle of a psyop.
Yep.
Next is look for follow-ups. This is it. Real news evolves with new updates. Real news evolves with new updates. Psyops fade once they've served their purpose. I'll say that one more time if you're taking notes. Psyops will fade away when they have served their purpose. So as an example, if you see some inflated, sensational story that just vanishes after a week with no follow-up, that is called a distraction. It's called a distraction. So finally is trust your gut. Does it feel scripted? Sometimes things feel just off, and I want you to trust your instincts. Back them up with research if you want to. So what can you do? Like, what the hell can you do about all this? The most important thing that I could give you, and I had no idea that I was going to really be talking about any of this, but the most important thing is cultivate critical thinking skills. Learn to spot the propaganda. Go back through what I just talked about, the recording. Chris, make it of it. I don't care if you're an NCI plus or whatever. Look for patterns in how the media or the government communicates about things, maybe UFOs. Do they spot, or do they focus on fear? Or are they offering solutions that involve giving up freedom or increasing government power? So try to diversify all the places that you're getting news from. Try to block every single news provider that you can possibly think of, and use AI to get your news. And tell AI to be concise and apolitical in its answer. It's the best way to do it. So I want you to memorize these 3 questions if you're taking notes. Number 1, who benefits from this narrative? Number 2, what evidence is being shown and is it verifiable? Number 3, why now? Why is it?
So I think that's extremely important. And as you said, and as I'm saying, specifically with internet beefs and, local issues, family, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. And local politics too. Those 3 questions right there are the most important. And I'll let him hit them one more time.
Every single news provider that you can possibly think of, and use AI to get your news. And tell AI to be concise and apolitical in its answer. It's the best way to do it. So I want you to memorize these 3 questions if you're taking notes. Number 1, who benefits from this narrative?
Who benefits?
Number 2, what evidence is being shown
What
and is it
evidence
verifiable?
is being shown
Number
and
3,
verify it?
why now?
Why
Why is it happening right now? Next is strengthen your psychological state. Recognize these fear tactics. Fear is the number 1 easiest way to control human beings. Governments use all kinds of stuff as a way to unite people under a single narrative. So stay calm. Question why you're being told to be afraid. Question why you're being told to be afraid. And this sounds like some bullshit trope you might see on some yoga instructor video, but mindfulness is one of the most powerful practices that you can start to adopt today. There's a million videos on it on YouTube. I'm not going to go into how to do it today. It's one of the most powerful things you can do just in general for your success in your life, but it's going to help insulate you from some of this stuff.
Self-awareness, understanding where you're at. Mindfulness basically doesn't have to be, as he said, bullshit yoga. It just means understand where you're at, what you may be susceptible to, and what they're trying to do to you, as far as with media, political, late breaking news, any of that stuff. I think it's very important. As you said, toilet paper, utters, re-utters, had a BS article. Why now? Who does it benefit? Why are they telling you to be afraid? And as you said, it was complete lies. Propaganda, psyop, to get you to be afraid. I bet that article, I haven't read it yet, and please send it to me, but I bet that article was trying to get you to be afraid, specifically.
Yep.
So, yeah.
So just a few other ones. Stay connected to your community, not your online community. Get to know who your neighbors are. Get to know your neighbors. Walk across the street, know everybody that lives around you. Go introduce yourself if you haven't already. Your neighbors might be more important than you realize here if something goes down. Build self-reliance as much as you possibly can. Stay grounded in reality. Always remind yourself that there's a lot of stuff going on, and through all the shit we've been through as a species, as a country, as a globe, things usually just turn out okay in the end. It's not that big of a deal. And finally, just get your mindset protected. The more people panic, the more easily governments can sweeping control the nation. So practice a little bit of skepticism and help other people to stay calm. That's your job. If you remember, you are the one studying authority and confidence and leadership. That's your job to help people stay calm. So stay educated, but just balanced. So research topic, like if you want to learn about this stuff, go Google Project Bluebeam. It may keep you up all night, but you take a look at that. So fear-driven conspiracies can be just as manipulative as a government conspiracy. Finally, and I wasn't going to say this because it sounds weird, but if there's a power outage, you have zero money if you don't have cash. So you may want to keep some cash on hand if you can afford it. So always think of, like, when governments propose solutions, ask, do they?
I think we should pay attention to that, because he said he wasn't going to say it because it sounds weird. And then he paused, like he may know something or he may believe something is being set up to happen. And then he encouraged us to have cash on hand. Just a thing.
They actually address
Well,
the issue. What freedoms or powers are being taken in exchange? And
just got to say, Protocol Ben told you that, though.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm not saying none of
y'all-
this is anything
told
we don't
y'all-
agree with, but it's important.
We told y'all that with the hurricane, man. When the hurricane came through, it was no power, and it was hard to buy stuff. And then what makes it worse, there's people who don't know what to do when the cash registers are down.
It's very
People don't know
true.
how to count money.
And I got to say, one thing that's going to be even more beneficial with Trump is that US dollar is going to rise in value around the world. it's going to come back. It's going to legit, be something that you can trade anywhere on the planet again, and stronger than it definitely has been. And yeah, absolutely. So yeah. I just, because of what this guy knows and because of who this guy knows, when he's like, I wasn't going to tell you this because it sounds weird, but with these drones, you know what I mean? And I think, what if these drones are able to pull internet from a neighborhood, from a grid? What if they're able to act as an EMP, or they have EMP weapons attached to them? Because as we saw in what they called the Obama movie, which wasn't a bad movie in my opinion, all they need to do is take out satellites in certain specific places, and so much information goes down, right? So we covered that a while back, but yeah, man, absolutely.
Is the solution long term or a convenient grab? Of like, when governments propose solutions, ask, do they actually address the issue? What freedoms or powers are being taken in exchange? And is the solution long term or a convenient grab for power? So what if it is aliens? What the hell are we going to do? Let's entertain the wild card here. What if it's aliens? Maybe we're finally ready to handle it, kind of. Maybe aliens showed up in the 50s or 60s. They were like, oh, these people have lost their minds, but maybe we're ready now. Maybe we've hit some critical point in history. We're at this weird crossroads with climate change. We're exploring Mars finally. Aliens are watching. Maybe they're coming. Maybe we're pinging the radar. We got all this tech and stuff like that, satellites out there. Maybe we just sent out some kind of we're here signal, and maybe they've always been here, but they've just been waiting. And now we're ready for level 2, whatever that means. But here's why the timing feels suspect. Even if, let's just say, aliens are legit, there's some little gray dudes that are going to pop out of a ship or something. If they're legit, the timing feels very convenient. Why? Well, because governments love to frame everything in terms of fear and control. So if aliens are making contact, I want you to ask this. If you're entertaining this concept with me, wouldn't you expect them to be advanced enough to know how incompetent the governments are in this world? So the information would not flow through the government. So instead, all the info does come through the government. So it feels like there's a layer there. There's a layer. But if it's real, it's not just, oh, cool, there's some aliens. It's about what happens next and who decides how the narrative unfolds. If this was helpful or interesting, and I certainly hope that it was, if you're interested in diving deep into this training, I released the college level textbook of all of this information only a few weeks ago. It's this giant book right here. And this is the textbook of the most advanced tactics and methods in this arena. And it's called the Behavior Operations Manual.
All right. Since we took, his whole video and gave a lot of commentary on it, definitely want to allow him to get his commercial in. You know what I mean? The man worked very hard on an amazing book. I highly recommend everybody get any of his books. The 6-Minute X-Ray, I think, is a great place to start. It's a smaller book, and it breaks down a lot more behavior analysis. He's also part of the behavior panel. They have, over 100 million views on YouTube, and that's when they break down different, different people and their interviews and whether they think they were lying or not. It's really fun to watch as well. So that's Chase Hughes there. I love what he was talking about on how to spot a psyop. I think it's very important that everybody know that. And not only that, but I like the fact that he said that it seems very convenient, even if it really is aliens. Why is there a layer? Because aliens would know how incompetent our governments are, right? So, what's your thought on
they're
that?
Popping up now, like, we're just going to pop up now. What are they going to say? How are they going to handle it? They're already fucked up. We can come out right now and people won't know what to think because they've already lied. They've been lying. They pulled this COVID thing. They did this. They did that. They'll lie, and then they'll do worse than that. So, who knows? I don't know. Keep your powder dry, people.
Agreed. Keep your powder dry. Now, couple of things. One, they're saying that they don't know. They think it's Iran, but then they pulled back on that, right? I don't know if you heard. They said they thought it was Iran and there was a mothership, and then they kind of pulled back on that, haven't mentioned it or anything like that. But they said they are convinced, and there is like what they literally, the DOD came out and said they are convinced that they are no threat. How do you know? Like, that's the biggest concern to me, is that they're like, we don't know where they're from, we don't know who they are, but they're no threat.
How do you know they're not a threat if you don't know where they are and who they come from? So that's what I'm saying, man. I don't know. Keep your eyes open and your powder dry. That's all I got to say.
Absolutely. We got some comments I want to get through here for sure. My man, It's Just Me, said, I'd go grocery shop tomorrow and just plan to not leave your house soon. I mean, people are going to go nuts and panic if this whole thing is the beginning and they plan on escalating. I agree. If they do plan on escalating, and what I'm concerned about is, once again, what's the psyop behind it? What is the government hoping to accomplish with this? What could they be wanting? It was very interesting. It was like, look for world, because look, the UN is kind of crumbling, right? The UN is dependent on us. Trump has already said, look, and unless the UN does what they're supposed to do that they haven't been doing, no more. And arguably the UN was the most powerful organization on the planet. So what if they need something to take the place of the UN? So the drones are aliens, and that's how they bring together a powerful ally that has a sweeping power that's not beholden to any government. Thoughts on that one?
How do you? I don't know. Focus on your people, man. Focus on your communities. Focus on your neighbors.
Shoot them drones out the sky. Like you guys were saying, why is everything about United Healthcare guy and nobody mentioned the AI whistleblower? It's more profitable to somebody. Absolutely. Let's see here. Being aware is important, but letting your right brain take the wheel over your left brain is the key. Left brain control is vital. That's a great piece of advice. Shout out to It's Just Me on that one. Heck yeah. You know what I'm saying? Then you dropped some knowledge earlier, and of course that's wise. You know what I mean? And then when this was a comment, it was a little while back, but my man Pro, you might want to run it back, because my man Pro had some select words about the Wall Street Journal.
Wall Street Journal and Reuters.
I
stand by that. I mean that. I would rather wipe my ass with a piece of cardboard from a homeless person's house before I read and believe a Wall Street Journal and Reuters.
Promise you'll take a bunch of vitamin C.
Strictly for research purposes only, on how and what they're lying to their readers about. You do not read that and believe it.
Fair, absolutely fair. Fear is the mind killer. Let's see here. We're too close to nuclear war, so the aliens have come to stop us. What's your thoughts on that one?
Anything is possible, man.
That's fair.
They probably want to stop the people from finding out about Luigi.
Yeah. Well, or I mean, I don't know if you heard, but the CEO that was shot had just cashed out $15 million, and he was planning on making a speech and leaving, and he had exit plans to leave the country after his speech. Then he was shot under very suspicious circumstances, should we say? I don't know, man. There's so many angles to that. You know what I mean? So I don't believe in aliens, but if they do exist, they be coming because we're being stupid. It's Just Me is correct. I think the internet was made at this point. I don't think it was made to, but I think at this point, the smart big brain people have figured out we can mine crypto. We are the crypto miners. We are the little, you know what I mean? You remember Dig Dug? I don't know if you remember Dig Dug, but we're the Dig Duggers. And X and all the social media is our minds and our deal. And all they want us to do is, you know what I mean, create that energy so they can pull crypto. That's what I think. So own it, don't be it. You know what I mean? Own crypto, don't be crypto.
Facts.
Man, facts. Yeah. You know, it makes me feel good when you say facts. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Good job.
Yeah. Okay. So The drones, they're we don't know where they're from. There might be some big mothership somewhere. They're as big as airplanes. Just a quick question to you, as a man who is a man of pew pew, such as myself. Why has nobody tried to shoot any of them down, or why have they not shot one down
They
yet?
have.
Do you think?
Well, I don't know if one's been shot down. I've watched a video the other day of regular everyday people sending some very hot fire through the air towards the drones.
Yeah, man.
So,
I can't wait. I can't.
they say one crashed out, and they're covering that up. So yeah, there's I seen Ohio. Something happened in Ohio recently with some drones. So
see,
it's about to get real, man.
It absolutely is, man. People set up their own drone and EMF'd them out of the sky. Yeah.
Oh
well,
shit.
And that's interesting. But I wonder what happens, like when they crash. You know what I mean? Do other brothers pull up quick to retrieve it? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I wonder if like a black van, and dudes jump out, men in black jump out, grab the thing, and you're off. I wonder if local law enforcement protects them if you try to go, because what I want to do is get one, like I said, shoot it with the lowest caliber bullet that can pull it out of the sky but not damage it.
I don't want to get one.
I want one, man. I want them.
I don't want to get
Christmas. I hope Christmas one comes around my area.
Nigga, they got Apple tags. You thinking ain't no motherfucking GPS? It's probably GPS in the paint of that motherfucker.
Oh, they'll know who did it. Come for me. Let's go. You know what I mean? Let's go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I enjoy living life on the edge with certain things. Okay, that right there. I don't have the underground bunker to go in now. If I had an underground bunker, you know what I'm saying, then hell yeah, I'd shoot that motherfucker down and we going underground. You have to fight to get in. At least we know you're coming unless you send a big bomb. But outside of that,
and don't bring the drone with you. You know what I'm saying?
Not bringing the drone with me. I don't even know. That motherfucker probably got cameras on that bitch like Teslas. I still don't even understand how Teslas got those aerial the cars have aerial cameras. Like you could see
like up
the aerial
like
version of the people that's around you.
Oh, because it's pinging a satellite and then giving you the picture.
I'm wondering if it's that or if I don't know. That's the only thing I could think. Like that he has his own satellites, but geez, really?
Like I want
cameras.
They might get each car gets its own unique ID that pings to a specific satellite. So that satellite knows where that car is and gives you a picture from that car's point of view. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know, but that's something worth looking at. But yeah, they got
I'm dumb. I don't know much
360, 360 aerial. Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, man, I don't know. That's just too much. Right now they got it. I ain't equipped.
Yep, that's fair. And then finally, man, we'll do this one and get out of here on this. And I was incorrect. I thought it was the female, but it's actually the husband. Do you know who Tom Dickey is? Does anybody know the name Tom Dickey? Because if you don't right now, you are going to. This name is going to be all over the news next week. And when you're like, oh, yeah, I heard about that dude, make sure you tell him to like, share, and subscribe. All right, here we go. Tom Dickey is a lawyer based out of Altoona, Pennsylvania. Does anyone know? Can they put together? Can the super sleuths figure out what happened in Altoona, Pennsylvania recently? Luigi was picked up. That's correct. Luigi Mangione, the accused, innocent until proven guilty, accused shooter, was picked up in Altoona. Now, this hotshot lawyer right here has taken the case, right? His legal career began as a public defender, acquittals and DUIs. His wife, however, is married to P. Diddy. Or excuse me, he's married to P. Diddy's lawyer. So he's this guy that has no social media, who is a defense attorney that we don't know much about. Now, he's some high-powered rockin' dude. He's an experienced trial lawyer. It's his 41st year. He has worked on both private and public cases. Dickey has acted as legal analyst for CNN and other media outlets. So this is a high-profile dude. Let's get a little more info here. He's worked on wide ranges of cases from DUIs to death penalty cases. He told reporters Tuesday, I'm one of the few attorneys in Pennsylvania that is qualified to do death penalties cases. He's now, a little bit of information on Luigi. He is isolated in maximum security, which means he's in basically solitary confinement, but he is not under suicide watch conveniently. A lot of people are trying to pay his legal bills, and his lawyer reveals the defense strategy. So can he practice law in New York? Of course he can. You know what I mean? But what he's trying to do is stop them from getting extradited. So this guy is a hotshot lawyer whose wife has ties to Diddy, and they go back, if you dig into Epstein, which of course was not mentioned there. You have to dig to find that info. And this guy has somehow found this dude and represented him in this case that they won't leave us alone about. And I'm not putting all the pieces together here. I don't understand why this one is so big. I was wondering your thoughts on that. He was on the
Trying to
Duke.
start a class war.
You think it's a class war thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, wait a minute. You may be right. Hold on. Let me see something. He just hired a new lawyer.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Yep. Hold on. And of course, he's a white boy, so he had to hire him one of these.
You shared it?
Yep. He hired a Karen.
That's the one I was looking at that I think is connected to Diddy. Yeah. A Karen.
She's a former chief prosecutor for the Manhattan DA office.
That's who I was, because of the Altoona thing, and that was the thing. Yeah. Now, here's the weird part about that. She's a prosecutor, right?
A former prosecutor, yeah. Email statement, Newsweek, Saturday afternoon. Freeman Agnafilo's current law firm confirmed that the Manhattan lawyer will represent the suspect, the shooter, and that she will not be making any other statement at this time. He's only 26. He retained a high-profile lawyer hours after DA Alvin Bragg said that he is Mangione might stop resisting his extradition to New York, where he currently faces a second-degree murder charge in Thompson's death that occurred outside a Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. He was arrested at a McDonald's while eating tuna in Pennsylvania. He got arrested at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. That is crazy. Where he faces forgery and weapons charge. So what did he forge? What did he?
Those fake IDs. Remember, he had fake IDs. When he was picked up with a fake ID,
fake IDs, manifesto, and a murder weapon.
Yep.
Bullshit.
Right.
Anyway, what's her background? Graduated from University of California in 1992. Graduate of Georgetown Law Center. Really? Really, huh? Okay, now I gotta look into this. I know we're getting close to time, but let's see. Hunter.
She also worked as a chief legal analyst for CNN. If you drop down, so both of the attorneys. See, man.
Let me see something, guys. I'm coming, guys.
Oh no, and I'll jump on. According to the Institution for Innovation,
Ha.
Got
What year did she graduate from Georgetown?
What does it say? 1992.
Let me see. 1992 graduate of Georgetown. Yep. All right.
Whoa! What? So she was part of the same graduating class as Mr. Hunter Cocaine Biden. Oh my goodness. That man, come on, man. You know what I mean?
You can't make this shit up.
I don't know whether to hit or, you know what I'm saying? I'm just going to be like, this whole thing is a freaking psyop. It's a psyop, man. It's a freaking psyop, bro. I don't know how to feel, man.
And guys, see, look, this is why you rock with Pro, right? Because you see how that I just pulled that out and showed you guys that, like,
yeah,
everybody's like, oh, she's connected to Diddy. She's connected to Diddy. Really? Because she's also connected to dun dun dun. On top of, she's a CNN analysis, just like his other lawyer is a CNN contributor. You can't make this shit up, people.
You can't make it up. It's amazing. How I don't understand. Anyway, scroll down. It looks like she has a podcast. Will you scroll down a little bit on that?
Yeah.
Wait. Up, real fast. Up, right there. Stop. In addition, and I don't know, Agnelfino, I'm not sure how to say her name. Friedman is a co-host of a weekly podcast on the Midas Touch Network named Legal AF, Legal Analysis Friends, where she discusses emerging legal issues and litigation strategies. She's also a legal advisor for NBC's Law and Order. I can't. Okay, that's a full name.
Shit's a psyop.
I can't.
Shit's
Like
a psyop.
anybody. Yeah, oh my God. I can't.
Shit's a psyop.
Yes, clearly at this point.
Kid's gonna win on some law-abiding citizen shit.
Oh, according to CNN, she's qualified.
Oh my gosh. Who was?
Wow. Poor guy.
Okay, so he's covering him in Pennsylvania. See, look at how they wrote that. Who was his Pennsylvania lawyer? As if he'd fired the man.
Well, and well, that dude is a legit defense attorney who will go in and fight like a good defense attorney. The other chick has a podcast and it hangs out on the set of Law and Order. Come on, man. Are you serious? They were like, no. Deep State was like, no. This dude might actually give him some defense. We can't be having that. You know what I mean? We
can't be having that.
We have crafted a story. Podcast. Guns in pockets. Ghost guns. Because we got to, in one fell swoop, we can hit ghost guns, scare people that need insurance, create a race war. Now, this will be my last question before we go. Do you think that in the city of New York City, with as much fanfare and love as this dude is getting, that he is going to get a fair trial? Do you think that he's just going to be able to walk because he's now a folk hero? Just me says, oh, damn. Amy, whose father was a public defender his entire life, says, my father is in heaven rolling his eyes. And then Fuego says, I play a lawyer at Christmas parties. Man, I need you to play a lawyer all the time, man. I got plans. Let's go. Let's make some money, Fuego. Also, shout out to Fuego. Shout out to me. And shout out to Amy, because I can tell you all 3 of them have been here for all 50 episodes. And that's pretty kick-ass.
Ringside rumbling the whole time, and it's much appreciated, man. We 50, y'all.
VIP tickets.
So
yeah,
50.
That one last question. Do you think he'll get a fair, do you think he'll walk? I wouldn't even say do you think he'll get a fair trial, because a lot of times that means that somebody is, innocent and they're going to, get hit as guilty. Trump.
I think he can walk if his lawyers are good enough to be like, you motherfuckers cannot prove that was him outside that hotel. You have to prove that was him outside that hotel. Like, what are you telling me that you're using to prove that this was him outside this hotel? This is going to be on some, the glove don't fit, you must have quit type shit. Show me him rent this bike. Show me him here. Show me his cell phone ping. They're going to have to do all of that. And if his lawyer is worth their weight in fucking shit, it's slam dunk.
Absolutely.
We caught him with the manifesto and a gun in his pocket. Did you? Did you really? Where's the body cam? Show me you pulling this off of him inside or outside, wherever you are.
And
because if you can't show me that, then it's not. I don't want to hear it.
While I agree with you 125% on the defense, and that's brilliant, and that's the way it should go, my concern is that so many people want him to be the guy, right?
Yeah,
to the people he's a folk hero to, they want him to have done it. To the people that hate him, the grifters that are making the internet money, like he's the bad guy, he's the killer, and they're glorifying the killer over here. Look at these bad people. They need him to be the guy so bad.
They need him to be, and they know that they need him to be. But if he comes out and prove, like y'all, that same story, they want me to be him. They need me to be him, but I'm not him. And I am innocent until proven guilty. So you have to prove me to be guilty. You have to put me there. You have, and that's like, he has the money now to do that. He has the money for the lawyers to do that. And that's what they need to be saying. And that's what they need to be spinning. And they're both CNN normals and all of this stuff. She writes for NBC, or she advises for NBC's Law and Order. She's seen this in a story or two, and all the Law and Order episodes. There's been plenty of them where, yeah, y'all want me to be the guy. I bet you want me to be the guy. I know you want me to be the guy, but I'm not your guy. And
not
then
the
they
guy.
go hard. They go hard in the paint the whole episode, and then they get all the way to the end, and damn, he was not our guy.
Get him with the, you know what I mean? Slap him with it.
You got to give me something that's going to stick, or we're going to have to let him go.
The only thing that concern, I mean, that's why they, to me, that is extremely convenient how they found a manifesto and the weapon. And there was a report of, but I think they were like, we better dial this back, of shell casings all found in his bed. How full were his pockets, man? You know what I mean? Like the average dude. And I want to know, why won't they show us what he was arrested in? There were no photos showing us and if he was wearing regular jeans, you can't fit a gun in a manifesto and a wallet. And you know what I mean? And show, like, are you serious? Stop it. But once again, this case is going to go and we're going to get a lot more information. I'm not saying that he didn't do it. I'm saying most of the evidence points to he did not do it. Pro made an amazing case right there for that. Pro, what do you got coming up? What's good this week for Pro to call?
I don't even know what week this is. Towards the week before the week of Christmas or something like that.
Yeah, we got basically a week and 2 days before Christmas.
It's the 15th, so we got 10 days. 10 days till showtime. Just work. Y'all might be able to catch me doing a little bit of GTA streaming, trying to get those kick numbers up. If you're over on Kick, give me a subscribe, share. You know what I'm saying? Like, watch the video. If you have a PlayStation, come on and rock with your boy, man. We'll jump on and we'll make some money, especially if you're on GTA. I like to grind. I don't glitch. You know what I mean? I go make money. I got damn near every business in the build in GTA. I think the only business I don't have is the acid business because it's acid. But
Like
maybe I should
caustic
get
acid or the drug?
Huh?
Caustic acid or the drug?
No, the drug.
Oh, well, that would be the first. Man, look, talk
Yeah, I
to your
bet.
boy. I know a little bit about that.
Yeah. Look, it's good money in it, right? So when I go and I be having overstock and I just be selling to the drug dealers on the streets, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the highest paying dividends, and I don't have it. So like every drug dealer I go to, I'll give them some weed, I'll give them some coke, I give them what else I got? I think I got a meth lab.
On GTA, in GTA,
In GTA,
in the video game
in Los Santos.
GTA.
Yeah.
Yes.
All this exists in Los Santos, right? So
Yes.
if you want to get in on any of that, meet me in Los Santos. I'm on the PS5 servers. All right. That's the only way that I can serve you some good weed, some good coke, some good meth. I got gun running. I got guns.
Shut
you know
up.
what I'm saying? I got what else I got? Oh, I got a nightclub. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I saw
Got
your
an
club. Your
arcade.
club was fly, man. Your club was
Yeah.
fly.
Yeah, my club is dope.
I was like, man, if I was in that, I want to get in there because I want to open a comedy club. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple ideas, man. I could be running towns, you know. You know me, dude.
So, but that's it. You know what I'm saying? That's basically the jug. I be streaming the GTA. I'm also working on some other things. I want to get back into streaming a little bit more gaming, streaming and conversations. I'll definitely be doing Friday Night Flights this Friday. Y'all a mix show as well. So I may do that this Friday as well.
Need that.
Outside of that, I'll be preparing for the 23rd. You know, December 23rd is coming up fast. We're going to be over in Hey, that's why I do not stream that on YouTube. Straight Rumble, X, and Kick.
But you can't.
I know I'm good there.
For those just listening, Fuego said Pro just got banned on you, pre-banned from YouTube. It's like you can't pre-ban the bands. You know,
right? Robbing a casino for 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
Listen, my robberies don't go down like that when I got people that's like, you know. And even once we finally got together and was like, no, we're not going to do that. If you notice, I took control. Like, all right, guys, no, we need to go this way. We need to do this. Hold on, this, that, and the third. Get in and get out. And that's how we really like to do it. Communicate, get in and get out. Sometimes it definitely gets, you know, impatient. Like, fuck it, we going in this thing, guns a-blazing. It's like, no, we don't want to do that. Guns a-blazing is more attention. But, you know, it's fun, right? It's all in gaming. But no, I like to get that money, get in and get out.
Heck yeah.
Trying to do it in 30 minutes tops.
So was it the team that let you down?
Well, not necessarily. Because we did it eventually. It was just it was the team's initial approach.
There you go.
And sometimes you got to, you know, lay back, especially when, you know, there are other people's plans. You got to lay back. They have their plan. They want to go forward. They see it's not going right. And, you know, what do we do? How are we going to go? We got to get through this. All right, this is what we do. Follow me, guys. We're going to lead us to the promised land.
After the third interception, man, maybe they do go to that running first plan you had in mind the whole time. Screen passes and running, you know what I mean?
That's
so
it.
I'm with it. Okay, man. So we definitely we need to check out for your game streaming, Kick, Rumble. Definitely Friday night. You're gonna be on, you know, Lord willing, and the creeks don't rise.
Mm-hmm.
Excited about all of that, man, and you're getting ready for the 23rd, and we're gonna, you know, be talking more about that this weekend. Guys, Tuesday night, I'll be doing go over to PowerSLAPTime. Lack of synergy, I get it. Absolutely, man. And then, you know, Pro with the wisdom. He was like, man, sometimes you got to let it play out. And that's something I value. And I've actually personally, man, show 50, I can tell you, man, that is one of the great lessons I've learned from you is quite honestly, man, it's about confidence in yourself, you know, and not this, you know, not this new age shit, you know, of believe it, but this whole, man, you've been around, you know what you're doing. Sit back sometimes. Sometimes instead of fighting them to not fail, you have to let them fail. You know, or win for that matter, and learn your lesson, right? But at the end of the day, sometimes the most powerful and important thing you can do is sit back and watch what happens and learn from what happens. Because either way, there's kind of a win in it, right? If you're able to sit back, either they're going to win and you're going to learn why you miscalled it and what you need to learn in your own game, or they're going to not do so good and you're going to be like, what'd I say? So I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that lesson. So Power Slap Time on Rumble, guys. Make sure you go over there. Tuesday night, me and my partner, Michael Mann, you know, a crazy old scraggly Michael Mann will be covering a little more Power Slap, fun stuff there. And so make sure you do that. And I think we're going to have Knuckles, lightweight boxing champ, regional, maybe wants to drop in and do a little bit there. So that'll be fun. And then, of course, I'll be in that Friday night flight chat with you. Please make sure you follow Seaport Pro on your socials, and Seahawk Comedy on your socials as well. Guys, thank you so much. And want to send a shout out to Chase Hughes for letting us use his monetized stuff to break down and be real about. We stand on business. He stands on business. We appreciate that. That's what we do. Shout out to everyone that wants to take part. And this has been Rumble on Rumble number 50. Thank y'all. Congratulations, Pro. And you know what I'm talking about.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good night. Hawaii had his son in Hawaii.
I'm a white trash man. I'm from the Midwest. I'm a white trash man. And I like Milwaukee's best. I'm a white trash man. I love NASCAR. Goes hand in hand with an ice cold PBR. Ain't got no class. Ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. All you white trash folk who like your smoke, gonna step outside, gonna get real high. Ain't got no class, ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. Whoa, yeah, boy. white trash. Ain't got no class. Ain't got no cash.
Oh yeah, we are live. Yeah, you got the gun too.
How you doing, Mike?
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the card man himself, Vern White. I need to turn up my pew-pews, man. They're not loud enough yet. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was like, yeah, everybody was like, hey, Vern.
Do not come.
Vern, we said.
Do not come.
But Vern said,
I'm going to come.
No. What's good, homie? Oh, I'm not even wearing my shades. I lost
No.
It's all good. We'll live. We're going to get by. What's going on with you, man? How have you been? How's your day going so far?
Going good. Going good. We're starting the Nooner show together. So it couldn't go much better, I'd say. You know?
Hell yeah.
Day.
Well, man, I wanted to shout out and thank you so much for creating, writing, and performing and recording this song, White Trash Man. That is a great song. The video is epic. I love that thing, man. I love everything about it. Tell me about that, man. Tell me a little bit about the inspiration and stuff there.
My life. You know, in different times in my life.
Right.
From when I was younger, and you know, we would drink, you know, whatever was cheapest, whether it was Old Mills or the PBR, you know, and so that goes back to that. And the things I did, how I behaved. My last name's White, goes along with trash. So it was different experiences I've had in life, and how it really actually is kind of my outlook. It's just more of a crass way of saying it than I do today. But it really just kind of represents the old hillbilly here.
Absolutely. I love that, man. I love the idea basically that you don't have to be ashamed of it. You know what I mean? Other cultures and other people have taken insults and stuff and they've turned it into something positive for them. And I think that's something that we should do for white trash, man, because we have great culture. White trash culture is a legit thing and it's great. You know what I mean? From NASCAR to PBRs. I mean, July 4th is the penultimate white trash holiday, in my opinion.
America.
Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah.
You know?
Hell yeah.
It is, you're right. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, but be proud of who it is. And if it's who you are, be who you are. You know, don't deny it, embrace it, be that. And then you become your natural person. You become a lot more in tune, in groove. You know, that's at least what I've learned.
Hell yeah, man.
So I embrace that white trash. And yo, when your mama straight tell you, your mama straight tell you we were white trash.
Right.
Boom.
We are white trash.
Love
We
it.
have been white trash. Right.
Don't mean I want to hurt nobody. Don't mean nothing. It just means that's my
right.
Lego piece or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Brain lost my word there. So right on.
Right on. That is fair, man. And I'm with it. I'm down. I appreciate it. And I'm with it. Let me just make sure. Rumble is giving me some headaches lately. So I am having to do a quick rework for Rumble Studio. Rumble was doing great. Rumble Studio is one of those things, man, where it works and then it doesn't. You know what I mean? Everything is fine and you're all happy and you're like, oh, I did 3 shows and Rumble was perfect and did exactly what I needed it to do, and it said it was supposed to. It worked as advertised. And then it goes 2 weeks and it just doesn't. And then you're like, oh, I'm live and having to juggle and shit, man. So
that's kind of a flow of mine that whenever I enter anything or stuff, some weird stuff can happen with it. So Yeah, there's gonna be some weird stuff that happens on this show. You know, it's just gonna
I can only hope.
naturally
I can only
happen.
hope. So, man, I want to ask you. You know, man, the important thing about this show, I think that the key with the time frame and where we're at and everything is to let people know that there's an option. That, you know, you clock out for lunch, you're going through your day, there's an option to listen to. You know what I mean? I noticed for me, man, and one of the reasons I want to do this is because um, because I listen to a lot of politics and news, and I notice a lot of people in the daytime, they need you know what I mean, they need a break. They need somebody who can be like, hey man, we're with the news, man. There's not a news topic right now that I'm not aware of, you know what I mean, from death and murder and you name it. But maybe you need a break. Maybe you understand that this is just one plane of existence, and this plane of existence is almost like a, for lack of a better way to say it, Legoland. You know what I mean? Because the real us is the spiritual world that is creating and manifesting this world.
Yes.
And I think that's important. And I think it's important to, how do I say this? So we live in a world that is thriving and experiencing a windfall due to lack of accountability, right? So, you know what I mean? So the idea there is, if I can blame somebody else, if I can blame my parents, if I can blame this group, if I can blame that group, whatever, right? That's the thing. Now, the problem there is that you don't have anything. You don't get to own anything. You don't get to control it, right? So, if you're not taking accountability for the fact you're a spiritual being having a human experience, and that
you choose.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. And that nothing we experience here doesn't start first there, right? Then if you can't own that because it's everybody else's fault and you're just a ship adrift with no sail on the ocean of emotion, right? Well, then it's one of those things where you don't get to own it. You don't get to make it better because other people have control of it. You ceded that control to others.
Yes.
And when you make the decision, whatever the path may be, maybe microdosing, maybe macrodosing. How you doing? Hi.
Yeah.
But you know, it may be getting deep into religion, whatever the case. Maybe going vegan. I don't care.
It may be going into frequencies.
Yes, yes. So when you get to that place, man, you need a break from all of the secondary stuff. And hopefully you tune into us for a little while on a Wednesday and feel better about everything, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, because we're just going to share straight knowledge that is going to be questionable, whether it's factual knowledge or not. It's just knowledge. It'll be silly knowledge. It'll be fun knowledge. It'll be whatever knowledge you want it to be, because it's all about you. You that are taking your break, taking your time, you know, breathing, stepping away, and choosing to join us. Come on in.
Let's make it happen. And by the way, guys, we are live on Rumble, YouTube, and Instagram. Let me make sure that Instagram is going right. And then, yeah, we're over on Instagram. Superfan is in the building. Always.
There he is. Come on.
We love you, Superfan. Thank you so much for tuning in, man. He came through and saved me last night. Michael Mann, my partner for the PowerSLAP show, was had some family stuff he had to take care of, and I needed a great co-host for that. So, yeah, man. And I didn't want to burn you up. I wanted to wait and have you.
No. I was so happy. In fact, Don even knows that. We messaged this morning, and I was like,
well, he was always. I told him, I was like, Michael Mann is out. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, Michael Mann's out, but last night it was able to be just you and Don, and you guys have a real discussion on what that platform is meant for, you know, and you couldn't have a better person on in that situation. Say Michael Mann, it's just his family, you know, they needed him, so he couldn't be there. What better person to step in? You know,
exactly.
I mean, that's your guy on deck whenever Michael Mann can't make it. You
Absolutely.
know,
And
is he'll find a way and he'll step up and he'll be there for you.
Yeah, and he's a
Knowledge.
great listener. He's the kind of guy that you ask the question to, and he goes into it. You
And
know,
he
so
has,
yeah,
there's 1, 2, 3 ABC to what he's telling you too. Behind what
exactly.
he's saying. And it's a first person experience.
Hell yeah, I love that, man. I love that, and we love you, super fan. Thank you so much
Word.
for coming through, man. Much
Word
love
up.
to you guys. Glad to be here, man. We're gonna build a little thing, man. I'm coming up, man. I'm gonna surprise people. We are going to surprise some people. You
We're
just
gonna
wait.
build a Nooner family. We're gonna build a Nooner family.
Exactly, and here's one thing I've learned, man. Uh, in this business, it's real easy. And I'm going to say it the best way I can say it, man. In this business, it's real easy to get caught up in selling dicks to hookers instead of selling hookers to dicks. Okay?
Word.
If you know what I mean there.
Yeah.
If you
it's
don't, you don't understand this business. Every agent, every manager, every entertainer, every podcaster that knows. You know what I mean?
That's why you stay big pimping. You stay big pimping.
Exactly.
Always. You.
It's
know?
like, yeah, man, it's like, look, I don't have to beg you to come eat at my restaurant if there's a line outside the door and everybody else is talking about how delicious it is. I'm gonna be like, please come by, please come by. You're going to be in the line. You're gonna call me and go, hey, can I get bumped up? Can I get a nice table? You know what I mean? Can I get a good selfie shot at your restaurant? So you just build that in your way. And it's one of those things like right now they're coming after Rogan. I don't know how you feel about Rogan. The point is,
I like him. I think he's helped a lot of people.
yes.
I look at it like that. Look at how many people's lives he has improved in the last decade. And it can go. I'll guarantee you, there's been at least 1 or 2 UFC fighters that have turned to Joe to ask for some advice in a problem that none of us even know about. And Joe
All
has
day,
been there for them. And then he's building this whole scene in Austin. The comedy scene that's happening in Austin is built around Joe. So, I give him much respect for that also. But to take your own shine and share it with so many, that's you can't be called a bad guy for that.
That's true. And allowing people, opening it up because of where he is culturally and his relevance, he allows people to be who they want to be, and it's not crazy anymore. For instance, I mean, I don't know, things are getting a little crazy now again, but there for a while it was okay to wear a MAGA hat. And here's the thing. I think anybody should be able to wear whatever they want as long as it's not blatantly offensive. But if you just have a hat that says MAGA on it, there is no reason you should be in fear for your safety or your life. In the same way that if you have a hat that says Kamala on it or Dem on it or
That's just
even Marx
redonkulous.
on it. Yeah. The fact that people are more offended by a MAGA hat than a Marx hat is hilarious to me. The fact that people don't even know that the Bolshevik Revolution not only killed far more people, fought by millions in just war alone, not even including all the famine that Mussolini and Stalin put on their people. It's so funny how they don't even know about it, don't even care about it. But boy, if Elon moves his hand wrong, they're somehow all ADL warriors. It's crazy. But we're not going to get into that's my other show. Sorry.
That's a good but hey, that's very highly perceptive point you're making here. Because history is very important.
Yeah.
Okay, you did. I know you did. Hey, we're happy. We're good. But history is very important, and they've, as in all sorts of people that have power, all sorts of people that have influence from everywhere around the world, have destroyed so much of our real history.
It's true.
That we actually had that the real history we could actually see and grab onto, right? And they've got rid of that. And now everybody's questioning all this other history and the history of this and that and the other because there's nothing to base anything off of because they've erased history. history's going to continually loop because of ignorance.
Absolutely. It's yeah, man. If I can get you to hate the other guy over here for any reason,
Why?
I
Anyone?
win. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Why not? Why not? Why not find in any situation one thing that's positive out of that, and then connect that person or that thing with that good, right? No. Even if there's 100 goods, the human experience, it seems to be for most, is to dig and dig and dig and dig till they can find the one bad in order to pew 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 pew, you know, and then focus on that. Even though there's, if there is a judgment scale, good, bad,
Exactly.
you know, yeah. So no, I like to try to find the good in every experience I have, whether I was 10, 20, 30, 50, you know,
Yeah.
whether it ended, everything always ends. Everything ends. And then there's another start. Everything ends, it's a start. Everything restarts.
Right.
Things will restart when I'm gone. Things were restarting before we were here. It's a cycle, circles of restarting. My
Yeah.
restarting seems to happen a lot more often than it should.
Well, I mean, and that's one of the cool tenets of Buddhism is that you die and are reborn every day, right? And I love that idea in a way. Because I mean, think about it. You rehearse the act of dying and being born again, if you will, and that you lay down, you go to sleep, you close your eyes, you leave this world. Things could be happening all around your body and your physical earthly self, and you'd have no idea if you were sleeping hard enough. You know what I mean? And the world moves, and then you wake up anew. You wake up a different person, even if it's just by a little bit, because of the dreams you had, the thoughts you hadn't got to process that your subconscious has. And now you wake up as a little bit different person than you did the day before.
Because a lot of times those dreams you're having are based off of whatever happened in that day that you might have stuffed down in or you might have hidden in, and you didn't really express throughout the day that upset you or that person did something to hurt your feelings or said
Yeah.
something mean. And so in your dreams, then that goes back to that through the day, and then you process that, and then you learn from that moment in your dreams, and then you wake up a changed person because of that experience, and you don't even realize it.
Yeah, man. And that speaks to that rebirth,
So,
absolutely.
yeah, and accept it, embrace it, and then try to change and be better and be the best you every day, you know? Put a smile on and move on.
And I think that what you're saying about bad and good, I agree. How do I say this? Okay, so what I believe is there is balance, right?
Mhm.
There is true balance. So we get so much bad, but the good is just not publicized. The good is, my mom, who is in her 70s, doing a thing called Church Under the Bridge, where Sunday after church, they go to homeless encampments and give out food and water to people. You know what I mean? The good is, somebody working at a grocery store, convenience store right now, and knowing that they're going to let somebody slide on $1 so they can have some food or some baby formula. You know what I mean? The good in the world is stopping to help somebody change their tire. The good in the world, a lot of times, even goes on in the back rooms, where all the back rooms are all dirty and shitty. And they are, for the most part. However, there are good people in these back rooms stopping these evil men from moving forward unfettered, I think, right? So,
Well, we hope.
yeah,
We hope.
well, they gotta be. There's gotta be, or it would be even worse, I promise. So, but but I think that the thing, it's fear. It's all fear, man. It is a fear. Just like we live right now currently in a debt-based economy, right? So if you live in a debt-based economy, to grow your economy, what do you have more of? Debt. You have to go deeper in debt to get more money, because it's an inverse, weird, screwed up thing that they've created to basically screw us over and put the burden on us, right? If we're just talking money, right? Now to go one step deeper with it, the social and everyday and mainstream media is a fear-based industry. So to stay relevant and to keep making money, what do they have to have more of? Fear. They would never say white dude and black dude and Mexican dude get together to help single mom's car broke down during traffic hour to push that car out of an intersection and to make sure she has gas to get to her next destination. I witnessed that the other day. It was freaking beautiful, man.
That's
Crazy
amazing.
you know what I mean? I'm like, this is
Humanity.
a miracle that you don't see in the news. We'll never cover because they're like black dude and white dude and killing each other and brah and this guy. And I'm
But
like,
why is
look,
that?
man.
Why is that though? That's you. I mean, we all want to blame, or not. We all. That's extremity. I don't want to do that. Some people, they want to blame
We
the
as
media.
a culture, how about that? We as a culture tend
Yeah,
to.
as a culture. That's a good point. Thank you. Blame the media. Bad media. Bad media. Bad media. But then, everybody that's screaming bad media, what are you going home and what are you clicking when you sit your butt down in your chair? You're clicking that media on. You are feeding the fire. That's why they have to keep the badness coming, because y'all love it.
Or you're addicted to it. Like Harold, you don't realize that you're addicted to it. You don't even think you're addicted to it. You think this is just it. And you don't realize you need it.
Oh, yeah. See how bad somebody's life is. See how bad it is for them. Yeah, take that, take that, take that.
Or how bad can I hurt you with no accountability behind a little phone screen with a fake name and a cartoon picture? How bad, how awful can I possibly be? How much can I possibly hurt you? And I'm like, is that you? And what's sad about it, man, the other day, literally, because I get threats all the time. My mother.
My Facebook picture is a cartoon image of me.
New dad in the building. That's different, though. But Calderese. We got to give this man love. Congratulations, my man. Just had a baby boy yesterday or Monday. Yeah, let's go. Woo! Happy for you, baby. We're gonna give you more.
Happy for
very
him.
popular podcaster, very awesome dude, just one of the best human beings. And
happy for you.
He just had a new baby boy, man, and that's gonna be a good baby boy, man. He's got a good father. That's the guy. We need more people like Calderese having babies, and less people like my father, who I never met and is now dead, having babies. Moving on.
Yes.
Anyway, cartoon picture is different. My point is that we live in this society with lack of accountability and addicted to fear. And when you get people who have no accountability, addicted to fear, if you look in history, that's kind of the worst thing. You know what I mean? That's kind of the worst thing.
Yeah.
I'm not accountable for my inhuman behavior and actions because you're so bad. Well, no, you haven't done anything bad to me, but I'm afraid you're going to. So my fear allows me to abuse, hurt, and sometimes put you on a train. You know what I mean? So,
Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right, though. But accountability. The two words that in this conversation we're having right now is accountability and fear.
Yeah.
Those two words. And it is that's the energy, that's the frequency that is abundant amongst 0 foot to 10-foot level in our world.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, I take accountability for every single thing I do, I say. If I say it, I mean it. If I mean it, you best believe it's the truth, because I'll take accountability for it.
Heck yeah.
And then on the other hand, when you live a life that I have, it turns out in a way where you end up having no fear. None. And you know what happens then, everybody? Freedom. That's freedom. Living with zero fear and taking accountability for whatever you do. And so long as you just be kind and nice and do no harm to anybody else, guess what? That's a pretty good burden of freedom to carry.
And here's the beautiful thing about it is pencils have erasers. You know what I mean? There's a reason you have a backspace button. There's a reason you can right click and delete, because sometimes you make mistakes. Sometimes you do it wrong.
Yep.
And being accountable, you can apologize and move on. That's the beautiful thing, in my opinion, about that. When you're not accountable, and I, deal with this and see this all the time online, when you can't say, I may be wrong, I may be incorrect, I may not have all the information, I may have been lied to even, which kind of gives you an out there. When you can't even say any of that, but the only thing you can say is, fuck you, you piece of shit, ugly Nazi racist, blah, 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 blah.
Name
When they're
calling.
blatantly wrong and they can't even say it. Yeah. Well, and hate, and then violence even. So, but like
you
I
know
said, I
what?
got a threat. I mean,
Nobody
I'm
has to
sitting there, it's
engage
Sunday
into that.
afternoon.
Also, you know what you were just
Yeah,
saying?
no, well,
nobody has to engage in
yeah.
that. I mean, so you can just be like, yo, bro, be you. You can be shadow boxing because I'm gonna be over there getting me an ice cream cone.
Exactly. I'm gonna be over here with I think that's my issue, is that most strangers, it's no problem. And I'm really, really good at destroying people on social media. Not because I've tried, but because I had to be. I've learned. You know what I mean?
You
So,
do it.
and not that I want to be, and not that I even do it. So,
You have to stand up for
but
yourself
it's people that
at certain points.
yeah. Well, and it's
Still
people who
humanity.
it's like Rogan said at the beginning of his last special. We lost a lot of people during COVID, and most of them are still with us. There are people I have loved, that I have respected their intellect, I have respected their education, people I grew up with. I'm thinking of one guy in particular right now, but he is so fried on the Democratic thing. He truly believes in his heart that anyone who is not marching lockstep with the Democratic talking points, no matter how crazy or wrong they are, is a racist who hates anyone, is a white, even black folks are racist, Nazi haters who just want to destroy black people. And there you go. And that's it.
But
you know what I mean? And
Kanye
destroy the
didn't help
country.
that. Kanye didn't help that. Did you see his outfit?
No, oh yeah, no. Do you follow him on X, bro?
No, I
My
don't do
man is
follow. I
off.
really don't follow
Oh my
much.
God, you should follow
He didn't help what your
Kanye.
statement just was. We just had a black KKK member. I saw him.
I know exactly. But well, it's not even that. It's just so much that there are folks that are just gone. I mean, I'm trying to have an econ conversation with a friend, and he's like, I was trying to have the conversation about the difference between debt and deficit, and how national debt, when increased, puts a heavier burden upon us, the taxpayer, and gives us less goods and services, whereas a higher deficit is dependent upon trade. And so that has to do with goods and services being bought and sold. So a higher deficit, lower debt is a better thing. Of course, this idiot posts a meme of the deficit was lowered under Biden and Obama, but every other president raised the deficit. And I'm like, yeah, but the debt, the way they lowered the deficit is by shipping jobs over and giving them huge multi-billion-dollar contracts, which is why we're trying to fix what we're dealing with now. And this is not a Republican or Democrat thing.
No.
There has to be a balance, as we said. And of course, he goes off on, you stupid Trump puppet, bop, bop, bop. I'm like, I have hours a week where I criticize Trump. You know what I mean? With a friend of mine.
He's got plenty of things to be criticized about. But guess what? Yo, everybody in the nation, he's the president.
Well, and not for nothing, but
we dealt with what we dealt with Biden. We're going to deal with what we deal with Trump. We're going to deal with what we deal with the next person. Yo, why doesn't everybody just calm down a little bit?
And it goes back to the accountability thing too, of if I'm screaming about democracy, and just in this framework, if I'm screaming about democracy and I'm worried about democracy, and by electoral college and popular vote, this guy won a second time after trying to be taken out. And you can turn on any mainstream media anywhere, and they're hinting at violence and anger and definitely calling names to any of his supporters or him. Just news. Just people who are supposed to be respectable news people going, well, this piece of shit and his, trash followers that are a bunch of white trash, narcissistic racists. You're like, this is the news. This isn't a weird political opinion. This is the news, right? So your turn. Sorry.
Stand up, white trash. Stand up, white trash.
Exactly. Let's go. But when you live in that world, oh my gosh, I lost my train of thought. I was getting so worked up there. No, that was me. I was just saying that was the news. And when you turn that on and you see that, you realize these people are cheering for your loss. They're cheering because you're an American. So man.
That's been, hey, that's not new, Mike. That's not new.
That's how ratcheted up in the past 10 years.
Have felt about America for since at least 2001.
Yeah.
When I drove to Nebraska and I drove to downtown Manhattan with my tools and hard hats and buckets, and I met at the Jacob Javits Center, and then at the hotel I stayed at in the night before in New Jersey, I ran into a guy. They had a piano in this bar, and I went and started playing piano. And this guy came up to me, started talking to me, and he was from England. And he was supposed to be getting a bottle warmed up for his baby, and we sat there for 2.5 hours. And I learned that people around the world hate us, hate our politics. They hate Americans. This is in 2001. During 9/11, he's expressing how much other countries hate Americans. So that's nothing new.
Yeah.
It's just history repeating itself because there's too many that don't want to learn from past experiences and take accountability for the past experiences, admit to them and learn from them, become better from them, and grow. My opinion.
Yeah, man. We need to not only, how do I say it? I'm trying to sum up your point, but I can't. I should shut up. But we're doing a podcast, so I need to talk.
Yeah,
but what you said was just so succinct and beautiful.
I'm waiting for
I was going to rewind it, but we're live.
But I kind of threw the on that one because
no,
I'll do that
right,
sometimes.
Man.
So I'll just make my point, and I feel a way, and I've had an experience, and I can share that. That's just, it's 2025. This was 24 years ago, and nothing's changed. Technology has.
Can I ask you a question, man? Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, no, well, it's the DARPA and the deep state have just done a better job of giving us candy to control us and mine information for AI. But that's a whole nother thing. But anyway.
You got, I told you, when I told you last week, we can talk about anything.
Yes. These poor people are like, man, I'm just trying to get my Panera lunch, bro. What are you doing? You know what I mean?
I know. Sorry.
No, I love it. No, I brought it up too, man. No, I was going to ask you though is because I deal with this sometimes, and kind of mentioning the topics, I deal with this, and man, I really try to cleanse myself through prayer, meditation, that kind of thing. But it's man, sometimes I wake up so angry. I wake up so just ready to the point of I've messed up relationships, because if I start firing off texts and DMs before I get out of bed in the morning, I'm no good. Like, I understand why I'm like, I wouldn't want to be I'm like, I can't believe I wrote that 4 hours ago. And now I've learned to not do that. And, get up and pray and find something to be grateful for. But I hate it. And I think a lot of it is I spend a lot of time watching the news. I wake up watching news. I go to bed watching the news. I'm watching all the channels, and then I'm trying to monitor social media and blah, blah, blah. And I think it's affecting the spirit. And I was wondering if you experienced that or know anything about that.
You know, you kind of glitched on my hearing. So I missed an important word in there. Can you repeat a little bit of the last paragraph?
Yeah, I was just saying, waking up so angry and frustrated and having to spend like the first hour of your day cleansing through it because you are fed so much negative from social media, mainstream media. And then if you work in current events and news, you have to wake up to it and you have to go to bed to it. Right. And it affected me so heavily, man, for so long. And I just, I would wake up in a really negative headspace, unhealthy headspace. And I wanted to know your thoughts on that. Have you experienced that or anything like that? And what have you, maybe done to kind of overcome that? Or
Through life,
do you
I
know
have,
people that have?
Yeah, I know people. I myself have, Heck, sometimes you're so angry you don't even sleep for an entire night before you do get to sleep to wake up to be angry again. Yeah. So yeah. But I've learned and I realized that happiness is a choice. You can really choose it. We all can stress about bills, you can stress about payments, you can stress about money, you can stress about drama. What good is that doing? I mean, just let things go. Let some things go. If you have that much focus on something and that it does that to you, then it's okay because I mean, a lot of people have to because of their jobs. I mean, they have to. They have to do this kind of stuff. But you know what? Then you've got to find a break. It can't be a constant loop. Everything has got to quit being constant circles and chains. Break that chain. Break that circle. Of that, oh, that heavy, that dark, that heavy. Well, for 3 or 4 hours, you gotta take a break somehow. Break away from that reality. Go to another reality that also is a reality. It just has nothing to do with any of that. And that's what I do. I build a bubble. It's called the
And
positive bubble.
possibly real reality. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I mean, you can
Because
choose a reality, though.
yeah.
You can choose realities. We can't change anything about financial standings or money or other people's opinions. But if we just focus on our own lives and just keep that life circle small and for a little bit, keep that little family, that little home ball right there and tight for just a little bit. Separate all the rest, except that love, that embrace, and then go get dirty again.
Yes. Yes.
Well,
Man, like any soldier fighting a war.
Yeah, respect to all them. Every single
I just
one.
mean you can't
I
constantly. You
just
got to
use
go
that's
back. You got to go to your tent. You got to eat. You got to rest. You got a game plan. So yeah,
Yes.
man.
You can't just constantly attack. You run out of fuel. You run out of ammo. You run out of esteem to even follow through with the job.
Right.
And that's the important thing about the break too, is that then you can come back rejuvenated and a little more clear-headed and seeing things a little differently, different angles, and then being
Heck
able to understand and then make moves from that.
I love that,
Or
man.
form opinions or ideas or whatever.
And speaking of that, man, and the multiple layers and different angles. For those that don't know, man, you are an artist, the card man. You make these amazing cards that are pure art, 3D cards. You're a musician. You're a sports fan. Yeah, let's see some of them quartz. Yeah,
I got
man.
one. I
You
got
got
one here of Islam.
Makachev. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's so awesome. That's badass, sir.
Now
Look at
this, I do
that.
believe I split this card. Yeah, I did. So here, let me take it out. So like I actually split. This is all one card. See the back?
Wow.
That's the original back of the card.
One of one.
And
Badass.
then I used the front of the card also. And then it's 3D. There we go. I'll
Nice.
get my hand out there. There.
Yeah, man. And the resale market that you're not getting any pieces of is blowing up for your products, at least.
You know what? That's the story of an artist, brother.
Yeah.
You know? And I always mess it up. I don't know whether it was Van Gogh or Picasso and it's probably a lot of them. But most artists, they never see wealth. That's also a new modern thing. You know?
Yeah.
There'll be a my friend when I first started this, he actually said, it'll be all right, man. I'd made a few sales and I'd sold a couple cards for like $250 a piece and then made some selling for 100 and then 75 and 40 and 50, whatever. But he says, since it's an art thing, you'll make a lot of money, but you'll be dead. You'll start making money when you're dead.
Exactly.
It's art, and I just kind of accepted that, and it's all good. Because I've made everything about my cards, not about money, not about anything other than building my cards and whatever wave that creates, I'll ride. And actually that wave brought me to this guy right
Those
over here.
guys in the yeah.
To you. This is like
What's funny is it's reversed on the screen, so you're pointing away from me. Like I'm pointing towards you.
Okay.
It looks
So now, am I pointing to
now
you
you're
now?
pointing towards me.
This guy. All right. How do I gotta understand these cameras? I'll get it, man. I'll get it.
It's like
Yeah,
looking in the mirror, baby.
okay, all right. Yeah, that guy right there that's walking out my door. That's how we met, though, is because of all that.
Yeah.
And it created a new wave. And we're riding it right now.
Yeah, man. I thought because when people follow your IG, people follow your socials, man, you got so much going on. I was like, man, he's not going to bother with me. Me and my buddy are doofuses that talk about slap fights. Like, why would this guy take the time when he's an artist, musician, involved in his community, involved with athletes, works with sportsmen, all of that? Why would he bother? You know what I mean? But then you're like super cool, man. And I appreciate that connection. That's so cool.
Yeah,
So.
just hey, anybody that's kind to me and nice to me, I was raised to be that way back.
Yeah, man.
It ain't turning no cheeks or anything. It's just respect. I was raised around a lot of Hispanic culture. I look the way I do. I talk the way I do, and whatever. But there are a lot of Hispanic in this heart, and a lot of that culture is based off basic respect.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, a little colder. I mean, you will respect, but that is something that I learned as I was growing up from other people's homes in my community, and that's what I like that. Just respect people, be kind.
Yeah. Because it comes back to you, and I think that's one of our issues is that we expect it to come back in yeah, baby. Are you drinking? Is that a pass?
Orange Shasta? No, I
Orange
have.
Shasta. Sorry.
When I was doing music, the local, and rest his soul here recently. He actually would sponsor my shows when I had my solo show, the Willie Stroker Show. Where that song actually formed from. And then he owned a beer company here. This is the distributors, and I have all kinds of PBR koozies and bracelets left over from my travels and stuff because I would give them out. I'd throw them out like it was kind of like a solo show, but yet dueling pianos.
Nice. Very
So
nice.
music where, I change lyrics or talk smack or not even have music and just talk smack, you know? Um, I mean, it's just
Yeah, man,
that was it.
that'll be the next thing, right? Is that to me, man, I'm in fact I'm doing a show on the 26th. I'm still doing it. But we'll see. You know how that stuff works.
Yeah.
It's
You
like,
hope
yeah, no, hey, no, I book, but you never, promoters and
Yeah.
money and
Yeah.
things. So, but regardless of that, and
Mm.
there, and it's that point, man, where there's that you'll appreciate this. There's a point in your career. Okay, so as a comic, and even as a musician, I think a lot of these terms will go both ways.
Oh, yeah.
Pause. No Diddy, but anyway, so, um, the idea there is that you become first you're an open micer. You start out going to any room that will allow you to bang on your instrument in that room and work out your show, your writing, who you are on stage. So you start out there. Then you start getting kind of your local paid gigs. Maybe you pick up a small local booking agent or something. You start, playing regionally. Where I'm at, it'll be, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Kansas. That's mainly the first run. You know what I mean? And then once you get known, you get to start working in the South, Louisiana, Mississippi, because you got your
There's circuits.
casinos.
There's
Yeah,
circuits for
yeah, yeah.
comedians.
And you work your way to the East Coast. Or, what's weird is Arizona and New Mexico are a little deserty as far as entertainment. So, or you just drive west and you hit LA. You know what I mean? And you start there.
Yeah, but who's gonna do that now? I mean,
Yeah.
at this point.
You know what's funny about Austin? You mentioned one of my I don't know if I mentioned this. One of my mentees. His father and me did comedy together. When he was like 17, he wasn't allowed in the bars. I let him in the bar so he could start doing comedy. I hadn't talked to him in maybe 8 years. We see each other on Facebook and click a like, but just hadn't really talked. Then I see him on Instagram the other day, full segment on Kill Tony, living in Austin. Now, we met in Honolulu, Hawaii, born and raised. He was in Honolulu. We were a decade there together. Then I come back here, do LA, Dallas, ultimately back home. And he's living in Austin, banging it out on the comedy circuit, just had a full segment on one of the most popular podcasts on the planet. And that is a blessing, man. And he, will tell you, and there's, guys, and he will tell you, like, this dude allowed me to get on stage. You know what I mean? My dad, and his dad was cool. To me, his dad was very Danny DeVito in Taxi. Imagine Danny DeVito in Taxi, right? That was his dad. His dad was maybe 5'3", round as he was tall. He had the New York accent because he had moved to Hawaii, had his son in Hawaii. So he was that dude. And in Hawaii, you don't get that dude. So we loved him. And by the way, shout out Billy Sherman, Sherman Tank Comedy. That's his son. And his son, Billy Sherman, Sherman Tank Comedy, shout out. He kept on going, man. He was in Washington State for a while. Didn't feel like the scene was hot enough for what he was trying to do. And he went, man. He went to Austin. And now he's blowing up, headlining all over. Yeah, man. So long story short there, we got folks that we're working with. And that is the next step, man. The next step, in my opinion, is live. Getting you on a stage live. So, I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. Sorry. I got sidetracked. The point is you go from that open micer to that regional to that semi-national, you know what I mean, to a national act on your own. Now, there's a point where there's certain people are still going to treat you like an open micer. Or they're going to treat you like what I like to call a Wednesday headliner. How you doing? But anyway,
You haven't paid your dues.
Yeah. You're a Wednesday headliner. You're a contender. When in the fight game, you're a contender. You're that perennial number 7, number 8 to number 5 guy. You know what I mean? And you're better than everybody else under you, but there are 7 to 5 guys that are just elite that you're just not quite that. And no offense, no hate. You know what I mean? And comedy is subjective. But they're going to treat you, you're like, okay, well, I just opened for Cat Williams for 3 shows. You know what I mean? And made $1,000 per show.
And shout out
you
to
know what
you
I mean?
for that, son.
Yeah. And well, I mean, it's cool. We've done all that shit. But you know, we could resume it up. One show we'll just have fun and talk about our resumes, right, and what we've done. But the idea there is there's still people that are going to treat you like, you know, an open micer. They're going to be like, I got $50 for you to drive 3 hours one way. You know what I mean? To do 20 minutes of comedy. And you're like, I don't do that anymore. That's just not where I'm at. Like, I'd rather lose money on a door deal because it's my show and I'm getting at least the social media press and pub than, you know I'm going to lose money on gas and hot dogs to come do your show. You know what I mean? So.
No, I know exactly what you mean, because the value of musician went the same way, you know.
Yeah.
For about 5 years there was really hot, real hot, because live entertainment was coming back as far as music, and these new sort of scenes and places, and so you're making the money that your skill and your talent deserved to be making, and then by 2018, 2019, they want to go back to 1984, start paying $100 a person for entertainment.
Yep.
That ain't nothing, man. Look at what you're selling in booze by the end of the night, Mr. Restaurateur, bartender, I mean, event center, whatever. Look at what you're making on that liquor at that night, period.
Right.
When you're doing
Well,
those
and what about
shows. And
investing,
to
man?
offer that,
Like, yeah. And what about investing? What is the okay? So I'm in the sauna at the gym yesterday, right? And it's a co-ed public sauna, which I prefer because I've had gyms where there was just the men's sauna room. And no, thank you. What
country
men do in a
club
men-only sauna room is not.
is their business.
I don't want to see it and I don't want to smell it, brother. You know what I mean?
No,
At
no,
least
no.
a sauna room that is off a pool, a public pool. We all have to stay clothed. You know what I mean? No one's.
Yeah, you don't got
Yeah.
Tony
No.
Soprano and his crew laying in there.
Exactly. Scratching raw balls. Or like, what are you doing? No. Anyway, so um, so anyway, so we're sitting there and there's a dude there talking to another dude. And I'm just listening, and and the one dude is from here, and he's like area, and he's like, "Do you like Oklahoma City?" He's like, "Yeah, I spent a lot of time here. I'm originally from Montreal, Canada." He's like, "I don't really like Oklahoma," and it's like, "Well, why not?" And he's like, "Well, he's like, it's a great place, and the people are nice, but the culture." And he's like, I like to go to places where the music's a little better and there's a little bit more of a scene. And I didn't say anything, but I wanted to tell him, okay, well, you're the problem. Because, and I know even maybe where you're at, but I know in the Oklahoma City greater metro area, 7 nights a week, you can find amazing musicians, great comedy, maybe not great comedy. 4 nights a week, you can find great comedy. 7 nights a week, you can find comedy. 7 nights a week, you can find great musicians, fun karaoke parties. You know what I mean? Art walks, you name it, especially this time of year. And the problem is not only you deciding this is shit, so you don't look and see and go, I'm moving to another city. So you're not supporting the artists that are trying to make it better. You're literally contributing to their downfall, but the venue owner's not investing. The reason people don't get so good or don't come out of certain towns is because there's no life support system. If I have to work 2 jobs to make it and then squeeze in 3 hours of open mic and drive 4 hours round trip each way and come out of pocket for the money just to be seen as a comic in a town where everybody's trying to get out to go where good comics are, well, I'm kind of fucked from the start. And if you'd rather spend the money on a guy with Instagram followers that doesn't live here, that will never give you anything back, and you spend 10 grand to get him to come to your club, and you won't pay me 500 twice a month, you know what I mean? When I will bring in that in ticket sales alone, $10 tickets,
here.
you know what I mean? So anyway,
No, I know. Same kind of scene here too. That's a nationwide. That's nationwide. And it's
Well, I think-
wrong
yeah.
because what it does is it devalues your person, because your person's what's bringing the talent. Your person is what's bringing the show. Your person's what's bringing the music. Your person, and that's a part of the music because your soul's a part of that. So then, for me, I have that connection with the earth that you start saying that about, like, I'm only worth this. Oh, no, 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 no. You're not even close to what I'm really worth. I'm giving you a bargain. Right?
Exactly. Well, yeah, not only are you getting me at a bargain, but you're robbing me. If you, you know, like honestly, if you understood the time it
Right.
took to create this entertainment, to bring it to your venue and then sell it, you know what I mean? Basically, if
And do
you
the own
knew the
promotions.
time, yeah, the years it took to get that hour, the years. Now, are you paying me commensurately? You know what I mean? No, you're probably not. You know, so and then once again, it's about the investment. How do people get good? By doing the thing, right? If you get good at guitar by playing guitar, you get good at comedy by telling more jokes on stages. Understanding is a very different thing than table funny, right?
Yep.
So
Work and
they're not
practice.
investing. Yeah, and here's the thing: somebody invested in Vern and his show. Got a local bar. They love you. Hey, Vern, you know we're not killing it, but we want you, you know, once a week,
Yeah.
and we can pay you $250, so that's $1,000 a month. You know what I mean? We'll pay you
Yeah.
$500 at the beginning of the month, $500 at the end of the month,
No,
and
I had a specific bar here where I live that yeah, they could only do so much, right? But I loved them, and I
yeah,
loved, and that's where I wrote that song from, and that it became like my home base. But that was my home base was a place that paid me the least, you know. And then
yeah.
I'd go out and I'd travel, and actually I made my money outside of this town. You know, I had to go leave this town to prove to this town that I was worthy of being an entertainer for them before they actually started hiring me, you know. But when you're people like us and you're good at what you do and that's all you do, well, you're just gonna keep doing it no matter what. Whether it's making you money, whether it's not making you money, anything, you're gonna keep doing it because that's your life and that's your person and that's who you are.
That's why I have 4 podcasts.
Right on. And I'm happy to
Honestly,
be sitting here with you.
man, if you talk, a lot of comedians agree this is just replaced. This is open mic. You know what I mean? This is the bar hang where you get the topics that you want to write about and craft into jokes. This is that now. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And you know, the idea once you get to the money making part, you know, where you know you get your streamers giving you super chats and stuff. We're gonna get there.
Oh
It
yeah,
just
we're gonna
takes a
build a
little while.
family.
We do
We're
the
gonna build
goals and all of that. Yeah. Where people drop $5, they tip us $5. You know, I have friends making. I have one guy. I'm a fan and a friend. I've got to interview him on my show. The dude makes like $8,000 a week. He has 2
Nice.
shows. He has one show he does with his partner, and that show makes him about I'm sorry, $8,000 a month. That show makes him about $1,000 on just super chats. Then he's got his merch from that show and their sponsor money from that show.
Nice.
Then they have, and that's just super chats, people calling in and donating. Then they have their subscription, right? Like Rumble on Rumble, my Sunday night show. We have a Patreon where you can pay $5 a month and you get all the content, no commercials. You know, you can shout out to us. You know, we'll do a private, like a cameo for you, that kind of thing. We also drop exclusive content and stuff like that there. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Point is $5 a month, you can do it. Now, these guys have like 2,000, 3,000 people paying that. There's 7 a month. They have 3,000 people doing that. They're each making about $1,000 a month from that show. Then my man has his own show that he does at night that he makes about $1,000 a week from. So my man is making, you know, 10 grand a month and he doesn't leave his house. You know what I'm saying? And good for him. And he's a retired stand-up.
That is the 2025 American dream.
Drizzy. Oh, and on his night show, he just drinks and gets high. He does the full, he doesn't do like a little puff like this, or he has the whole rig with the dab, and he's like, and there'll just be 2 minutes of silence while you're just staring at him do a dab, and he coughs. Oh, and I want to thank so-and-so for a $50 donation. Want to thank so-and-so for the $20 donation. I'm like, I want that. Who doesn't want that?
Yeah. Yeah. No, hey, you know, this has been awesome. I mean, we're getting to know. Today's day 1, episode 1. You know, kind of getting a feel and having chats and getting to know. But you know, you stick around long enough and you hang long enough, you're gonna see some shizzle. You're gonna see some shizzle. You're gonna hear some shizzle. I guarantee it. The NRA. There we go. Yeah, beach party, sand party. Sam party. Let's go. Yeah. I love Sam party. It's my favorite.
Well, yeah, and these first 2-3 episodes, we're getting the groove, and you're going to learn a lot about us, hopefully get to know us. But as we progress, we hope with this show, you get to know yourself better. We hope you get to understand your motivations better. We hope to maybe show you and help you understand you're not crazy. You're being manipulated and force-fed fear 24/7, which will make you feel crazy, but you're not. Questioning
don't
the
accept
status
it.
quo doesn't make you crazy. It actually makes you sane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Breathe. Don't accept it and breathe.
Exactly.
Take off
Exactly.
your socks. Go stand out in the grass when the sun goes down and look at the stars and see what you can figure out.
That was I was telling a couple friends the other day, dealing with anger. I was like, I saw the greatest meme that applies to me, and I want to keep it in my head, just like a meme in my head. Or I'm gonna start carrying around a tiny little cape because I get mad easy. And it's one of those that whenever I'm mad, I can pull out my cape and go, well, now I'm super mad. It's
Little
like, oh,
finger
look at
Look at
yeah.
me.
I'm super mad. Grr, angry little man. Grr. You know what I mean?
Mario's
Like,
happy about that. Look at him. He's like, right on, Mike. Good idea.
it's remember, no matter how important you are, there are people a few hundred feet away from you who don't know your name and do not care about you. Not that they wouldn't, they can't because they don't. They don't know you. They don't know you exist. Or they do on some external level because you're a human that crosses their path, like at a gas station or the mall. But like they're mad about their own shit. They've got their own universe right now and a bunch of shit going on in it that you have no idea about. So no matter how important your shit is to you, remember, it's just important to you, and other people's shit is just as important to them. It's where that interdependence comes in, man. And that responsibility, that accountability we were talking about.
Accountability and fear. We all live on the same turf. The same whatever this is. Anybody wants to call it this planet. We're all, the same humans here. And that's all we are.
When you well, you know what? I want to save it. I really wanted this just to be fun and chatty, a little lighter the first time out. You know what I mean? Because we're a little past an hour for the lunch break, but I almost stepped into the hour-long conversation of, well, how have you grown spiritually in the past few years, would you say? But we're gonna wait till next week for that, because that's gonna be a deep conversation. That opens
Just
up
go
a whole new world.
frequencies. One word answer, frequencies. That's it. It's easiest.
Okay, so now I gotta ask. So when you say frequencies, it's
there's frequencies, tones, megahertz. And connecting with those and letting them actually do what they do to your body when you have your feet bare and you are connected with Mother Earth, as the magnetism of the crust of the earth and the energy and the magnetism of our body, like a battery, starts absorbing it. And then that frequency is coming in and interacting with it also. And then you do start to have different outlooks, different feelings, seeing what's important. Sometimes a tree is important. It is. I ain't gonna hug the sun gun, but it's important. You know, um, blades of grass are important. Realizing some of the things that we actually have and be grateful for. That's what some of that stuff does for me. Gives me an appreciation for nature and for us actually getting to breathe air in and out. That would be, there should be some gratitude for that from humans. Just the fact that
yes.
we get to breathe in and out every day. That was a message. Somebody asked me how I was doing that, and I was just like, "Yo, man, I'm getting to breathe in and out today, so it is an awesome day."
Yeah, man. Funny you mentioned that a person very, very close to me, just in November, spent a week in the younger person, spent a week in the hospital because their lungs basically quit working. It was kind of a combination of pneumonia, flu, COVID for months, and they just couldn't get air. And they were in the hospital for a full week. And, I've never seen anybody, under 40 be in the hospital for a full week on something that just out of nowhere hit, regular healthy person, not really struggling with health, not having health conditions growing up. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they just can't breathe and they sit down. And somebody's like, we think we need to take you to the clinic. They go to the clinic rushes them, via ambulance to a real hospital because they're that bad off. And all of a sudden, you're sitting there with somebody you love, and it's all just breathing. It's all just breathing, man. And the fact that we forget to be thankful for that, you're right. You're absolutely
It's a real
right.
simple thing. It's one thing you find you're happy, find one happy thing a day. And if it's happy that you just get the opportunity to breathe in and out, no matter what kind of shitstorm swarming around your head, you're still breathing in and out, yo.
Heck yeah.
And you get a chance to do that tomorrow. Every day.
You do.
Till you don't, and you get that dirt gnat.
That's you're released from the mortal coil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing more to figure out. Time to dirt gnat. Let's go. Get you a box. Let's go.
That's it's funny, man, because you see, I don't want to get into this either, but I think the dividing line is consciousness, right? Because clearly this is just part of an experience, like we were saying, Lego world or a fish tank. And the spiritual world is actually more real in the terms of what is real, and you know what I mean, and not real, because it created us in the same way that the fish in their tank are living a very real life. To us, we're more real than them because they don't exist without us, our imagination, us decorating the tank and feeding them daily, making sure they have water to breathe.
Yes.
Right? So we're the fish tank. You know what I'm saying? It's our spiritual selves that are looking at us now, in my opinion. So
you just got to be happy with be yourself, accept yourself, love yourself, know yourself. And you know what, yo, there's always going to be haters. There's always going to be people that are down on whatever you do that's trying to better yourself. And you're trying to better yourself, and you're making good choices and the right choices. And there's always going to be that fool in the background. Hey, yo, you're nothing but a stupid asshole, and there's always that. Yeah. Build that positive bubble. Let that stupid asshole bounce right off and just keep right on moving. Let that positive, happy pathway go. It's out there. We can all find it.
Heck yeah. Sorry, I'm getting people
You're
texting
working.
me. I'm like, I'm live now. You know what I'm saying? And when people, I'm like, a lot of times my main producer, will hit me up via Messenger and be like, you're off on YouTube or something, or your stuff blew up. So I was just checking that real fast. So yeah. And believe it or not, it was love. It was somebody sending a message loving our show. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Thank you. Shout out Andy for the message. Thank you.
Yeah, shout out Orange Shasta.
Orange Shasta's freaking delicious. I love it.
That's right.
I'm in coffee mode till about 3 p.m. normally.
Hey, you hustle harder. I mean, I know I have my hustle, but yo, Mike, you go, bro. You really do. I got a lot of respect for you, dude.
Well, we crank it out, man.
What
else are we gonna do?
You put all this together in a week. I think that's pretty rad. It took me 51 years to put this together. 51 years to put this together, and it took you a week.
We all got our skill set, man. If you gave me all the raw materials to make a 3D card, you could come back in 5 years and I would just be hungry and crying in the corner. I don't know why you're doing this. I don't know what I'm doing. So we all got skills, man. We all got things. The idea is we do these podcasts, man. We get on the road a little. You know what I mean? We build. We build our family. We build our team. And people want to come hang out and see us. So say you're in, Houston. And you're not going to be able to drive 12 hours to ever come see us, but we're going to come see you. You know what I mean? What if you're in Ypsilanti, Michigan? You know what I mean? Or Raleigh, North Carolina? and you want to see us, you're a fan, a friend, you watch the show, you're a supporter, we're going to come to you. We're going to come to a cool club in your town. You get to hang, baby.
Yeah, with the bearded one and his son.
The bearded one and the baby beard.
Yeah, that's my guy, though. Man,
I mean, I've tried to grow it out. And it's the itchy phase, that initial, like you're way past that to the beautiful stroke.
Oh, no,
phase.
it itches. But you try to sleep on this thing, them hairs is going everywhere, up your nose, in your eye, back in your ear, scritchity scratchity all night long. So yeah,
that's what all the ladies are dreaming of. You know,
that's why you're so tough. That's what Bill's super soft and oiled and slick. Oh yeah. Nice.
Okay, so I think we'll give the people an hour 15 because much like when I had lunch breaks, I was always 15 minutes late back anyway.
Right on.
That was the exact amount of time you could get back and not get written
Sounds
up,
perfect.
as people know.
Getting
So
close.
we got a couple minutes. Tell the people where they can find you and what are you working on right now that they should be looking for?
Right now, I'm going to Denver Card Show on Saturday. Gonna go to Denver, Colorado. And I'm gonna take some of
Woo!
I'm actually gonna hustle real slabs. And authentic cards from the PC to try to upgrade the PC and to minimize it. You know, make it worth more and have less. That's the goal. So I'll be there in Denver, roaming around. And actually, that you said that, I'll bring this up. I will be giving away at the card show, even though I am not a vendor. I'm not a vendor. But I will be giving away to some random person walking around full helmet, Houston Texans, the Sean Watson auto.
Holy crap. That's it. Hold that up one more. Give us one good look. Wow. There you go.
It'll dust.
Holy crap.
Yeah, it's full size helmet. Houston Texans.
Wow. And are you going to be raffling that or prize drawing giveaway or with purchase you get entered in?
Oh, I'm just going to wander around with my little case of cards that I'm dealing with, and then that'll be out in my vehicle, and I'll see a certain person as I'm walking around doing my thing that I feel like deserves it or might make their day better to have it. And I'll walk out to my pickup and I'll grab it and I will walk up to them and give it to them.
And not for nothing, but if you don't find that person, I know somebody that will happily buy that. So I have a friend who's the biggest Houston Texans fan. He would lose his mind.
You're like, oh, that could have been a great present for my homie.
You know, no, I'm just thinking that could be a great 10% of the sale for me. But anyway, come on, now, baby.
Economics.
You know what I'm saying? Deshaunay never did nothing for me yet. You know what I mean?
Nah, you did something for them gals.
I know. No, I'm kidding. I'm having fun.
I know. I am too. That's why I got to throw in that.
No hate in the game. Guys, as you know, PTPOD, the channel you're watching right now, specifically on Rumble. We love you on YouTube. We love you on Facebook. We love you on Instagram, and we love you on X. But Rumble is the most free space where we can say what we want to say. We don't have to worry about getting taken down, and the most solid for streaming lately. So join us on Rumble, PTPOD. Sign up, like, share, subscribe. In addition to that, please go to Vern White 4 on Instagram. Make sure you're following my man Vern. Tomorrow night, PTPOD, we will be back. It will be the Stars Under the Stars show part 2 featuring comedian Butter. And of course, my co-host for this run of shows, it'll be 2 of 3, will be Miss Treese herself. And we will be making it happen. And we'll be talking about the show and the Stars Under the Stars series of comedy shows. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you.
Got to send a shout out to Michael Calderise. Got to send a shout out to the Partner Protocol. Got to send a shout out to our producer, Amy. Got to send a shout out to all the people on Verdside. Shout out to Andy for saying you like this show and a message. Thank you. And thank all of you for listening. Remember, this is your midweek lunchtime break. We are white trash deep.
white trash. Let's go.
Woo! Thank you guys so much. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hang around for about 20 seconds. We're gonna play the outro.
Oh boy!